Welcome to the Investor Hot Seat. One company is on the hot seat presenting their company to a panel of investor judges who are actively looking to invest. The judges will determine if the company is ready for them to invest in or if they can offer advice to help them improve their company's value and mission. Join us to see if the company can capture at least one investor or will they go home with some good advice.
Stay tuned to find out.
All right, everyone. Good afternoon. And if you're on the West Coast, good morning to you. My name is Dr. David Cunic. I'm going to be your host and also the moderator for the investor pitch part of today's event. If you were expecting Tracy Ryan today to be the moderator of the entire, or to be the host of today's event, in this day and age, sometimes things come up and sometimes people just aren't feeling too well. Tracy, fortunately, wasn't feeling too well today, so I'm stepping in for her. So if you're expecting to see Tracy today present or to host, our apologies, and you're stuck with me, Dr. David, but trust me, that's a good thing for you. So with that being said, today Investor Hot Seat is a 4-hour webinar, and our goals are to entertain, educate, and connect companies from very different industry sectors that are seeking additional capital and in the hunt for new investors and sources of funding. What's really exciting for today is that we have a special lineup of industry leaders and investors participating in 4 panels discussing various topics and sharing their experience in investing as well as building companies. After this, it'll be followed up by a lineup of 8 innovative companies that'll be presenting their investment opportunity to a panel of experienced investor judges. And these 8 companies that are presenting are all seeking additional forms of capital to help grow their company. At the end of our webinar, we'll have our investor judges, as well as you, the audience, vote on what is the best, the 8 companies, which was the best that presented today. So raising capital to fund the growth of a company is hard work. And let's face it, all of us here have tried to raise capital before. It's not an easy thing to do. And people that are raising capital are trying to raise capital all over the world. We're excited today to be joined on this webinar by an audience of investors, industry professionals, and entrepreneurs located in countries including, but not limited to, Canada, Colombia, Costa Rica, India, Israel, Mexico, Panama, the United Kingdom, here in the United States, and plus many more. So welcome everyone, and let's get this party started today. So the way today's webinar is going to work is the following. We're going to have our first 4 panel discussions. The first panel discussion will be about serial entrepreneurs, investors. The second panel discussion will be investing in hemp opportunities. The third panel will be plant-based medicine, a global investing opportunity. And last but not least, the 4th panel discussion today will be maximizing celebrity partnerships. And that should be an excellent panel, so make sure you stay tuned for that. After that, from about 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we will have our investor pitch competition, which will be moderated by myself. And as I mentioned before, we will have 8 presenting companies that will be presenting in front of investor judges. Afterwards, we'll have our votes, and we will announce our winner. And following that, we'll have our closing announcements. What is key to remember is that after we do the judging, there's still more to this event. We're actually going to have a Zoom room networking event, which I will explain momentarily what that is. And I recommend everyone here, including the companies that are presenting, the investor judges, as well as the participants, to make sure you join us afterwards for that Zoom room networking, because networking is part of the key to get yourself funding and to make those key contacts. So before we begin our first panel, let's go over some just general webinar rules and just kind of food for thought for us. First off, if you want to submit a question, make sure you go to the chat button on the bottom of your screen. Once again, if you want to submit a question, make sure you use the chat button on the bottom of your screen, and make sure you click the little button that says chatting with all panelists and attendees. Once again, click the button in the chat room that says all panelists and attendees. The second thing is that after the last company presents today, you will see a pop-up window on your computer to vote for the best company in your opinion that presented today. Currently, the format we're on right now is actually called a Zoom webinar. When we do the Zoom networking room afterwards, you'll have the opportunity, to, as I mentioned, to interact with the speakers, investor judges, and the presenting companies from today. To join the Zoom room networking, you'll need to register again for the Zoom meeting. You're emailed the Zoom link prior to today's event, so make sure you check your email for that. However, though, if you can't find it, at the end of today, you'll see a post for the registration link for today's Zoom link room in the chat. So have no fear, you'll be able to get access to the networking event after today. Now, with that being said, to the presenting companies and the speakers today, I'm going to do my best to bring your questions to the audience. We also recommend to the presenting companies that you pay attention to the chat room yourself too, because you're going to have some questions. And if you're a panelist today, after you're done speaking, make sure you check the chat room again, because you might have some questions directed solely towards you. And this is a great opportunity for you, the panelists, to also connect with our participants today. And when we have participants from all around the world joining us, you do not want to miss out on that opportunity. So with that being said, if you have any questions, if you need access to the webinar agenda, if you need access to the presenting companies, you need access to the investor judges, or you want some more information about all the wonderful speakers we're going to have today, have no fear. The Investor Hot Seat website is online, and you can go to investorhotseat.com. Once again, you can go to investorhotseat.com. And Ron, if you can you please put that link in the chat room right now so all our participants can see that, please. So with that being said, let's get this started, and let's start off with our first panel discussion. And for today's panel discussion, the very first one is about serial entrepreneur investors. Our two panelists today are going to be Gregg Steinberg, CEO of Greenway DNA, as well as Jeffrey Ullman, CEO of GoodFOR. What I would like to start off with, because I'm the moderator for today, is Gregg Steinberg. I'd like you to spend 2 minutes to describe your background and your history. So you have 2 minutes to tell us a little about your history, please.
Sure. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Jeff, good to see you. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in on this Thursday. I've been investing in many different industries for close to 40 years, always early stage companies, usually where I'm actively engaged in some capacity, very seldom passive over that period of time, and actively engaged from either a board perspective, advisor perspective, or taking something more operational in terms of that investment. And I've been looking at sort of core things across, really regardless of industry. I've been involved in technology and healthcare, obviously in cannabis, in CPG products and very services related types of industries across those decades. And certainly a common thing I've seen across all of them in terms of sort of my thesis in terms of investment is around really 6 core pieces, which is around team, around the technology, around market differentiation of the company, around competitive advantage, market opportunity on a broad basis, and really looking at companies that are looking at where the puck's going versus where the puck is currently. So let me leave it at that and hand it over to you, David, or over to Jeff.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that background, Greg, and I appreciate the details. Jeff, approximately, you have 2 minutes. Please tell us about your history as an entrepreneur and as an investor too, please.
Yes. Hi. Well, first of all, hello from Superior, Colorado, right next door to Denver, excuse me, to Boulder. I'm a serial entrepreneur with, fortunately, more entrepreneurial successes than the few stinking entrepreneurial messes happen with any entrepreneur hitting for the fences. And GoodFOR.us is my latest, and I think it'll be my greatest. But in 1976, which I was a young child then, I started doing something that nobody else wanted to do: video dating, paying thousands of dollars at the time to find someone who ring on the finger, and we used video, which was the new technology at the time. We did it very well. We built it and sold it in 1995 to a NASDAQ about $20 billion a year company, a bank, financial services, bank buying a dating service, video dating. They did. We did about $150 million in revenue. A lot of that was profits. International company, franchises, company owned, lots of marketing of all kinds, direct marketing mostly. There was no monthly subscription, so we lost out on that. That really wasn't a big thing at the time. We mailed maybe just short of a $1 billion business on direct mail pieces. We did 30-minute infomercials. We did award-winning 60-second radio commercials. It was very personal. It wasn't a hard sell, it was a heart sell, which meant it was even more difficult. It was cutting edge. We made certain it was not bleeding edge. And so on some of my biggest successes and two of my failures, they've been cutting edge in services. This is my first products company. So I'm learning a lot about social influencers and the like.
Great. So, Jeff, thank you for that background. Quick background about myself. My name is Dr. David Cunic. I'm actually a doctor of physical therapy, and I actually hold a second doctorate in healthcare management. I've been blessed to have started 13 companies in the past 18 years. I've successfully sold 7 of those companies. In terms of cannabis, I've started 7 different cannabis companies in 5 different states. Back in 2009, I raised a quick 14 million, which wasn't the easiest thing to do back in 2009 in cannabis, and took my company public. We were one of the first 1,500 publicly traded company, one of the first 1,500 publicly traded companies in cannabis here in America. One of the things I always like to talk to people about is I really take a medical approach towards business, and the type of companies I've started is from physical therapy clinics to personal training centers to pain management clinics to merchant services to dispensaries to cannabis testing labs to a vaporizer company. So with that being said, enough about me. Gregg and Jeffrey, you two are a ball of knowledge, and we have people here that really want to pick your brain. So the questions I'm going to ask you is to really give the audience something that they can really utilize right away, and something that will give them that aha moment to make them think. So the first question I have for both of you is this, and Jeff, I'm going to have you answer this question first, okay?
Okay.
In your opinion, Gregg and Jeff, what is the difference between the 90s and the 2010s as an entrepreneur as well as an investor? And each of you have about 2.5 minutes to respond. And Jeff, I'll let you go first.
Okay, well, old tech, new tech. Back then, the internet wasn't much of a thing, more than Prodigy and the beginnings of AOL, et cetera. So everything that we have in digital marketing, research, product development, does something work creatively, A/B testing, all customer, mall intercepts. It was done the old-fashioned way, if you will, face-to-face, et cetera, because online wasn't a choice. So when we talked about direct marketing, it was getting a direct mail piece or watching TV, call 800, get this, and if you act now, you get a set of Ginsu knives, et cetera. Word of mouth was different then. Credibility was different in many respects. The FTC, of course, but celebrities were believed. So they were paid a lot of money. What's the difference with today, I guess? And they endorsed products and services. We chose not to do that. Back then, sampling was very important, but like for a dating service, video dating, you're not going to, you could show people real members, but they had to believe you. So you really had to establish credibility. Nowadays, anybody can appear to be credible. What's very different.
So Jeff,
you've got to prove that your thing works.
So Jeff, let me ask you this then. In less than a minute, as an investor, what's the difference you see in between the 90s and the 2010s, just solely as an investor?
Oh, you can make a lot more money today, a lot faster.
Okay.
Especially in hot industries, but you must distinguish yourself. Just because you build something doesn't mean, people are going to come, quoting, Field of Dreams, et cetera. Faster results. We used to, back in the 90s, MTV was fast, very fast. Now MTV is like super slow.
Thank you for sharing that. And Gregg, once again, I'll ask the same question to you. what is the difference, in your opinion, between the 90s and the 2010s as an entrepreneur, but also as an investor? And you have about 2.5 minutes to respond, please.
For sure. No problem. David, thank you. And to build on Jeff's comments, I think, sort of three core pieces. One, Jeff just mentioned it, right? I mean, just the nature of technology, things are moving way faster. And so, either as an entrepreneur or as an investor looking at a company or looking at the market, that window of opportunity, that window of time to be successful, to get something started, to hit a competitive stride, that time line is much shorter now than it was between the 90s and the 2010s, 2020s for sure. I think the knowledge of the consumer, from a purchasing perspective, is way greater, in the ability to get knowledge about those purchasing habits, or about companies, or about technologies or competitors or other products out there, is obviously way easier to do today than it was back in the 90s. So again, coming back to time and hitting that stride fast is way more important now, way more critical to success than it was then. And I also think the investor, entrepreneurial investor, early stage investor, is way more savvy today than they were in the 90s. And so for the entrepreneur looking for an investment, they're dealing with a more knowledgeable investor. And so therefore, that comes back to what that investor is looking for in terms of that entrepreneurial activity, right? So I think, it comes down to some of the things I was talking about before that are really critical today, always have been critical, but because of these issues, an experienced team versus a brand new team, way tougher to attract capital today for the new team than the experienced team, right? Going to where the puck's going to be versus where the puck has been or puck is, and that vision, that market opportunity, that competitive advantage, the technology around it, et cetera, way more important today than it was then, because the runway and window of opportunity just isn't there. So, that experience brings the ability to not worry about the fear of failing fast, because that's a core component that every entrepreneur has to think about today, probably way more than they did in the 90s, is it's okay to fail and to pivot.
It is, and I think it's really interesting. You both of you brought up a really good point, especially about the internet. Not to date myself, but I remember my senior year in high school. My final for a class was actually to send an email with an attachment, and that was it. And I remember taking me and my father over 2.5 hours to figure out how to put an attachment and to send it out. And Greg, I also think you bring up a really good point, is that there's a lot of great opportunities out there now. And, there's a lot of different ways to sit here and especially we talk about management teams, because we're really seeing that now in the last maybe year to 2 years in the cannabis and hemp sector, where you're seeing a lot more experienced management teams coming to market. So with that being said, the second question I have for you, gentlemen, and Greg, I'm going to have you answer this question first, please, is we have a lot of people here who've been investing for less than 10 years, and both of you have been investing for more than 10 years. So my question for both of you is, what piece of advice can you share with our investors who have less than 10 years of experience investing? What piece of advice would you recommend to people who have less than 10 years of investing? And Greg, you have about 2.5 minutes to answer this question.
No worries. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I think one of the things I certainly learned early is, which I said, as part of my kickoff, was, passive investing versus active investing. And if you're going to be a passive investor, then much better to chat with some of the other people that are on this call today that do it professionally, and invest in their fund, invest in their their knowledge base, and invest through them, because they're actively engaged in what they're doing, and in fact actively engaged with portfolio companies. If you're not going to be actively engaged with a portfolio company, then work with those that are. And if you're going to do it yourself, then I would say, being active, whatever that means, is really, really critical, especially in early stage companies. Most entrepreneurs, I'm no different in companies that I've got, look for more than just capital from their early investors. It's about strategic investment, right? And people that can bring assistance and success. And so, looking as an investor is who else is around the table from that investor perspective, who else is sitting around, and from a board perspective, an advisor perspective, et cetera.
So
Those are
Greg,
really
let me ask you
critical.
this. Would you say be more of an advisor role, or more like a mentorship?
Somewhat interchangeable to a certain extent, but I think, it's advisor, mentor, ability to open doors, ability to help miss the potholes that are going to come because we've already fallen into them and figured out how to crawl our ways out of them or not, which teaches lessons as well. And so I think, those are critical components. And, it's, at the end of the day, it's about team. And I've got early stage companies I'm engaged with, and driving Greenway is one of them. And for us, I look at it as an entrepreneur and as an investor in the same way. It's about building the team and having a really strong team around that has the ability to do that, and building a very strong investor pool that can bring insights and knowledge and experience and expertise. And because it's a short window of opportunity to go get that competitive landscape moved forward, is people that can help do that by their connections, resources, expertise,
Great.
experience, etc.
Awesome, Greg. Thank you so much for sharing that insight. And once again, Jeff, the question is, what is your piece of advice for an investor with less than 10 years of investing experience? What advice would you give them, Jeff?
First of all, I like everything Greg said. So repeat. I'd say there are three key things. Who will buy my product or service, and how to effectively, efficiently, cost effectively in particular, reach them. Second would be how to distinguish yourself. Why is your product good for them? How is it different? How is it beneficial? Is it just a race to money, a race to the bottom? Well, that's not so good. The third thing is having a team with flesh in the game. I'm not trying to demean it by calling our serious business a game, but I hope you can appreciate the cliche. People can be replaced. It's easy and we're all dispersed. We're no longer in expensive office buildings or whatever. We're everywhere. Somebody could be on the beach in Mexico. Somebody could be anywhere, but people are replaceable. The learning curve is critical. And if you're in the process of raising money and your key people have left or are leaving, well, what does that say? It's something to be considered. The next thing is you want to partner with other companies, not so much individuals, but other companies you're not competitors, but you're offering something that's supplementary, complementary, beneficial to them, especially if it's marketing, advertising, PR, postcards, printing, labeling, products, rent, whatnot. There's a lot of money out there. Oh my goodness, it's a wash. America is awash with money for the wealthy and nothing for the middle class and poor. So that's obvious and awful. But if you want to raise money, it's not just family offices, but it's high net worth individuals. But they still are not going to throw away their money. They're just not. They're going to be very careful, because it's so easy to research you online and all your team members, et cetera. And you must prove that your product or your service works. You just can't say sales puffery. And don't worry about the FDA or FTC as much. Worry about a customer. Worry about satisfying an investor. Don't ask your mom, because
and Jeff, Jeff, I think you bring up a really good point. And for everyone listening to this panel, is you talk about working with other companies, other people that could complement what you're offering. And the one thing I always tell people is that in medicine, we talk about the multidisciplinary approach, like using the cardiologist, the primary care physician, the neurologist, and they all work together in harmony. But you can also do that in business too. And if we were to talk about the cannabis and hemp sector, we're really seeing a lot of companies now saying, wait, I can work with a transportation company. I can work with a distribution company. I can work with a labeling company. Like, there's a lot of crossover. So you bring up some good points. Now, gentlemen, we have time for one last question. Jeff, I'm going to have you answer this question first. And here it is. What are the top 3 reasons why you are investing your time, energy, and your capital into your current project that you're working on?
And reputation, and family who expects you to succeed and doesn't want to see you fail, and they want some comfortable, bragging rights, etc. The reason is kind of simple. It's health and wealth, whether it's mental health or physical health, and certainly wealth is wealth. When I sold one company, I had darn you money, not F you money. And that's a big difference. So I took in my case, more flyers than I could. I should have been more careful in many respects. You do need to succeed fast or fail fast. You must have cash, because if your people are not all in, if they're not have the entrepreneurial mindset and ability to go without compensation for a period of time that you need them to join you, and they're not your equal partners, you can have a problem.
Great.
You can have a problem.
And Greg, once again, what are the top 3 reasons why you're investing your time, energy, and capital into your current project you're working on?
Thanks, David, for asking that. And so I think, the this core project, Greenway DNA, sort of hits the buckets that I mentioned at the start. And so I've been in the cannabis space now for about 7 years. Got into it, bringing out a product that's now the leading product in the biostimulant space, with a brand called Mammoth, for those that are cultivators on the phone and familiar with the Mammoth brand of biological products and cultivation. And as I look for what I was going to do next, it was really sort of, again, thinking about where the market's going, where's the puck going to, where's the competitive advantage, what does technology do? And Greenway is really answering a question that really every consumer asks for the first time, which is what do I take and how do I take it? How do I dose? And it crosses over both recreational, adult use, medical, for every first time consumer, and for those that are, that are connoisseurs, that are very experienced in trying to dial it in even better. It helps to answer that question too. And as we think about personalized medicine and where we're going with personalized medicine and the data around that, Greenway's at the forefront of that technology. And so this is sort of a key piece of how I think about that. And also the team that I have around the table of leading geneticists and people within the industry, it hit all the marks that I was focused on in terms of team technology, market differentiation, where the puck's going to, competitive advantages, et cetera. And so I'm dedicating my time here.
Great. Now, gentlemen, we have about an extra 2-3 minutes to play with. And both of you, once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. But let's end on a high note here on this panel discussion, because you guys are both a wealth of knowledge. And Jeff, I'm gonna have you go first. What is the last piece of advice you would tell yourself 10 years ago, which you knew, or maybe 20 years ago? What's a piece of advice you would give our audience, to the younger version of you?
Focus. I mean, it's easy to be distracted. It's easy and proud to multitask. An addiction is workaholism. Every other addiction is bad. Alcohol, cannabis, sex, all that stuff is negative. Work addiction, that's a positive.
Yes.
Not really. It's too open for abuse, even self-abuse. I would say know when you got to get out. And write it down or do a video of it. Find a way to hold yourself accountable, etc. I know I've gone beyond that more than I'd like, But this is about to happen. But look what you wrote. Look what you said. Look what you promised. To your loved ones, the people who respect you. If you lied to them, you might be able to lie to yourself, but definitely not to investors and others. So I would say, at least understand that what your resources are and where your end is, where you can't afford to put in any more sunk costs.
And Jeff, you make a great point. Something we tell all our clients here at UCS Advisors is failure to plan is plan to fail. And sometimes you got to work backwards. What's your exit strategy? What's your end game? And once you figure out your end game, you can always work backwards from there. And you can always kind of find that nice balance that way too. Greg, same question to you. What are your parting words to our audience? What's something you could have told yourself 10 or 20 years ago that you know now? We'd love to hear what you have to say.
For sure. I agree. Focus is definitely a core piece of that. And around that, I would say I would use the word discipline. I'm sure, for those that, the venture capital guys, the people managing family office money, et cetera, personal, individual investors on the phone, discipline is critical, right? And set your investment thesis. And it's very easy to get emotionally tied to something that looks sexy and looks great, and get enamored with a team that knows how to pitch it really well, but there's not a lot of meat on the bone, right? So I think that discipline is really, really critical in terms of whatever your individual investment thesis is, and don't stray from it. And I think that's really, really important.
David, one last thing.
Yep.
I take it so seriously that when I ask for, or let's say when I take dollars from an investor, I don't view them as, oh, they're a friend or they're a relative or whatnot. That's just the beginning of a very important commitment. I rather lose my own money than lose my investors' money.
Yeah. And that's a really good point, and I'm happy you brought that up. And one thing that if I were to share something with the audience is when it's January right now, so make sure you have your year-long goals. Then make sure you also have your first quarter goals, and then make sure you have your monthly goals. Break it down. One of the biggest things, especially when we talk to people taking on a project that might be 18, 24, 36 months long, is they're already thinking about what they got to do for month 35 or 36. And sometimes you just got to break it down. People joke around at my home office. I keep 3 different whiteboards. One whiteboard for the year-long goals, one whiteboard just for the quarterly goals, and one whiteboard just for the goals for the month. It's a nice way to keep focused and to stay focused. So with that being said, Jeff, thank you so much for being here. Greg, thank you. Everyone, if you have any questions for either one of these people, make sure you reach out to them. Connect with them on LinkedIn. We cannot stress that enough. Make sure you connect with people on LinkedIn. You got to remember too, statistically speaking, through Success Magazine, an estimated almost 70% of business is being done now through LinkedIn. Almost 70%. Think about that for a second. So, gentlemen, I appreciate that. We're going to move on to our next panel discussion. Our next panel discussion is entitled Investing in Hemp Opportunities. And with that being said, our moderator for our panel of Investing in Hemp Opportunities is Stephen Cutter, who's the CEO of Hemp for Future. He'll be joining us today on this panel with Christopher Freeman, who is the CEO of Basic Human Needs, David Abecassis, I apologize if I mispronounced the last name, who's the CEO of Titan Bioplastics, as well as Miriam Davidovic, and I apologize if I mispronounced the last name, who's the CEO of Roshem Ventures. Now, before we begin, Stephen Cutter will be introducing the panelists and allow them to talk. But let me tell you a little background about Stephen Cutter, the CEO of Hemp for Future. He is a lifelong entrepreneur. Stephen has a passion for sustainable solutions and is using hemp as a platform to create regenerative economics for sustainable developments. Stephen has started and operated multiple businesses and has a niche in connecting leaders and pioneers in many different sectors. Stephen has traveled the world all over the last several years with a mission to find change makers and sustainable solutions that will help out not only the United States, but also the world economy. Stephen has attended the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. He's attended the Global Climate Summit in San Francisco, as well as the UN General Assembly in search of these type of solutions that I just mentioned. Hemp for Future is a public benefit corporation, and its goal is to improve the health of the land, provide abundance to the people, and innovate new products in this incredible developing hemp industry. Hemp for the Future has put together a team of hemp experts to help guide communities with the proper education, finance, insurance, equipment, tools, legal assistance, processing and logistics, and resources. They do all that to help plant, cultivate, and process hemp in the cooperative fashion. Stephen Cutter, I welcome you to the stage.
Cheers. Thanks for that intro, David. And yeah, it's been, I'll tell a little bit about my story and what I've been building, like you mentioned, the framework on how to scale the industrial hemp industry. It's been illegal to grow the plant for 90 years, and there's no manufacturing, there's no processes, there's no SOPs. And so we're going to be talking today on how we can scale the hemp industry as a part of a collective. There's about 30 different industries inside of hemp. And each one has its own ocean. So we've been collecting change makers and pioneers and innovators in all these spaces to help scale the industry that will benefit the planet, and the environment first. So a big passion of mine is regenerative practices. And so we're going to be talking today about investment opportunities and vehicles. We'll be talking about a hemp bond, how you can raise a hemp sustainable development goal bond, which hasn't been done yet. There'll be blockchain options that'll be similar as the bond to invest in these collectives. And then we have Christopher Freeman that will be talking about opportunity zones and how we can create basically majority of the basic human need products in regional development to help improve the economy, the ecology, and the health of the people. And then we'll talk with Miriam on hemp super funds and how we create different measurements and risk management tracking to make sure that we are impactful with our investments, not just have a good return. And then we have David Abecassis, who's one of the founders of Titan Bioplastics, and he's big in the material science, bioplastics, nanotechnology, and incubators. So we'll go ahead and start off with Chris. Chris and I got connected probably about 6 months ago, and when they told me about their opportunity zone plans, and I said, this is perfect for hemp. We should work together and help innovate and bring these hemp opportunity zones online. So with that being said, Chris, why don't you go ahead and give a little bit of a background on yourself, and then we'll dive into some questions on how the opportunity zone fund functions.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure, and I love being around this type of energy that's creating sustainability for the future. My background is a blessed given talent to be able to draw and visualize and create. I was born with that. I took that creativity and got my degree from Savannah College of Art and Design in illustration and design. And through illustration and design, after I graduated, went full force into the market as an entrepreneur and as a business person, getting into a wide variety of markets and developing products, marketing, manufacturing, creative design for other companies. At the same time, developing a lot of my own products. Been in that business for about 20, 25 years, backed into national, international trade, and got to the point where my career and my creative background ball that all up in a ball, and end up creating BHN, Basic Human Needs Company, which the foundation is from trade and international trade, and had a real good focus on commodities, design, and creativity to create new products for the future, create new products for the world.
Great. And when we met, I thought hemp would fit perfect into the opportunity zones and what you guys have been building. And when you can grow the plant locally and you can process and manufacture it, you really can create a prototype for circular economic principles. So let's go over a couple of questions here. So I'm sure a lot of the audience is familiar with opportunity zone funds. And I don't think a lot of people, I don't know if anyone's really doing a hemp opportunity zone. So let's go over a little bit of kind of what the opportunity zone fund is asking for and how some of that functions. So I know we're looking to raise around 30 million to do the first opportunity zone fund around this regional development with hemp. And the plan is to have this be kind of a template and you could do in new regions. So talk a little bit about how the funds will be deployed in the opportunity zones around the hemp and manufacturing components.
Well, let me back up and say one thing, Steve, and then I'll come back up to that. Let me explain what BHN is and why we're going into the opportunity zones and how this kind of makes sense to everybody. Again, BHN, Basic Human Needs, we're a design company, but our focus is on building materials, non-perishable foods, clothing, hemp, paper products, medical and hygiene products. And that's our focus. Our whole platform is built around that particular focus. And how I connected with Stephen is we want to invest and scale those products into a mainstream retail. We're a brand company, our own brand company, creating new retails for a hybrid retail for the market, brick and mortar and global e-commerce. So as a design company, we're the bridge for raw new hemp materials, creating new markets with these new fibers, anything that you can develop. Our company create, redesign these products, find this market for it, and through our platform, and from that, how we taking that whole concept of basic human needs, hybrid retail, manufacturing, stocking, warehousing, all glued together with blockchain technology. So we're taking that ball of energy and carrying it to opportunity zones. If you don't know what opportunity zones, it's pretty much an economic desert. There's nothing there but people, unfortunately. And so what we want to do is we want to bring the water. We want to be the oasis for that. And we want to take the name off of opportunity zones and turn it back into America. They bordered it and gave it a name. We got to erase that, or it's going to continue to grow and grow. So instead of carrying basic human needs to the actual retail market, that's a perfect market for us because we have the economic platform of everything that we need. Not everything they need, but we know we have the basics for that. So, so to take that, we're creating, me and Steve have a joint partnership between here and Puerto Rico to create a fund to go in and put our economic plan into these opportunity zones. There's over 8,000 opportunity zones across America, which is sad. That's very sad. But what we're trying to do is not just put our economic plan just in one place. We're trying to put the BHN economic plan across the United States simultaneously and Puerto Rico at the same time. So we're going in for a big sustainable push to make this change. We have education and everything.
Love it. Yeah, and everything that we talk about and how hemp can play a role, it really can create a whole circular economy. And that being said, we'll move on to Miriam. I sometimes introduce Miriam as Miss Regenerative and Captain Benefit Corp. So she's all about tracking the impacts and benefiting the people and the planet. And she's creating innovative new tools on how to invest into hemp. And she's in Serbia. And we actually got connected through a blockchain colleague with a Regen Network who tracks the impact around regenerative agriculture. Miriam, can you please give a little background, and then we'll go into some Roshem.
Absolutely. So I'm Miriam Davidovic, Miriam Rachel Shields Davidovic, long name, but that's us Israelis for you. So I'm actually indigenous to Israel. So my family is from Israel, but we ended up here in Serbia historically. And in Portugal and, all over the world. And I think my impact investing trajectory was actually solidified because I went home first. So Roshem Ventures is headquartered in Israel, and we manage a portfolio of assets, including direct investments in technology, blockchain, and impact verification, impact measurement and management software, as well as a portfolio of real assets, so real estate and agriculture and regenerative agricultural products, as well as food processing and retail. And that really was just, the process of getting there was really ultimately about figuring out myself and then mirroring that across my investment portfolio, so that the way I see what matters to me, what my values are, what I'm willing to do to protect those values, that then ended up being my way of looking at how I pick and choose investments and how I decide which investments are going to be successful and which ones aren't. Because when we get into the process of due diligence, or we get into the process of meeting investor expectations, we really have to be very self-aware, right? So the entrepreneur and the investor really needs to understand who they are, why they do what they do, how it makes money, have their numbers gone through again and again and again for as long as it takes for this to actually be able to become a viable business. Because if we talk about regeneration, right, the regenerative economy, we talk about creating vitality, right? So vitality across the economic, social, and environmental space. And if one of those pieces is missing, then we are not regenerating, right? So we need to really be very self-aware about the way that we do business as well, the way we develop our businesses, the way we ultimately the foundation of Roshem is really just self-awareness, empowering our team so that they can actually lead in their own lives, so that they can establish for themselves who they want to be and where, and then they're more efficient at leading across the global network. And that's how we ended up scaling to 5, 6, 7 different countries, because we empowered the individual to make their own decisions. And that's ultimately what investors need to do too, is actually capacity build, work with their investees, empower them, show them, give them tools, and tell them, this is what you need to do. Make up your mind, figure out exactly what you want, go out there and do it, and be, you know, the best you, not the best company, the best you. Show what makes you unique and make money doing that. So there's a little bit of an intro with a little bit of due diligence thrown in, and go for it. There's some questions at me.
Well, great. No, and I love everything you're doing. And one of the things really cool about the hemp space and the regenerative space is it's really about the power of the collective. Once you get to regenerative economics and regenerative practices, you really see people wanting to do what's best for the planet. And, you know, hemp is one of the best plants for that. And I think if it's all working together, really can scale this faster. So I really appreciate all your work and just to know you. I guess I'd like to talk about a little bit about the fund and kind of what your focuses are going to be with the fund. I know regenerative is a part of it and impact measurements, but what do you guys look for as far as companies and things to invest into, and what are some of the criteria?
Absolutely. So let me just start out by, as much as I believe in the power of the collective to make change in the world and make the world a better place, I do not necessarily believe in the power of the collective to make money. So I do believe in individual rights, data privacy, proper healthy boundaries between businesses as well, right? Because when we set up contracts and we set up our business relationships, we have to prepare for an exit, right? And everybody knows that, but it's almost like just being very self-aware to prepare for your divorce before you get married. Right, potentially to set up those proper boundaries. And how does that relate to an investment fund? So we are launching a fund of funds at Roshem for the purpose of investing across 3 different parallels: impact technology, innovation and infrastructure, and regenerative organic agriculture. And then we have those 3 that then trickle down, and we then create separate investment vehicles, separate smaller funds with separate individual areas of focus. And one of them includes hemp, includes medical cannabis, but it's primarily technology driven, because we're not only trading product anymore, we're actually trading data, right? We're trading information, protected, verified, secured information about where the product came from, how it was, whether it met regulatory requirements, right? And how that process actually happened, right? And what types of products were used as that hemp was being grown. If they claim to be organic, are they really organic? Where's their certificate? If I have to wait 2 weeks to see a member's certificate and I'm trying to trade hemp, that slows down my business. If I have to wait to go through a due diligence process in 6 months, that slows down my ability to deploy capital quicker and more efficiently. So what are we actually doing? What problem are we solving? We are integrating impact data with financial performance, and we're scaling that across a range of industries and looking for investees that are willing to take on that challenge of digitizing their data in order to increase their efficiency, in order to boost their competitive strategy. Because ultimately, when we talk about sustainability, we need to also think about financial sustainability, but we also don't want to keep things the same, because sustainability can mean keeping things the same as well. We're regenerating something that hasn't worked. Okay, so we're changing something about something that doesn't work. Well, why are we still focusing on the problem? What's the solution? What are we actually doing? If we talk about creating an impact, we've got to minimize the negative, increase the positive impacts. Okay, great. That's a strategy. It's a portfolio management strategy. That's what it is. So we're investing strategically to manage our portfolios more effectively. But what are we doing? So it's super important for companies to get as clear and specific as possible on what benefit are they creating? Who are you doing this good for? Whose lives are you changing? And can you get that information from them? Can they verify it? Or is it just going to be you filing an impact report? Is it just going to be you publishing your own internal impact report? Where did the information come from? Is it stakeholder verified? Did it actually happen? Right? So we really just need to increase our level of consciousness and just understand that if we're making claims about making the world a better place for whom? How? what kinds of specific benefits are we creating? And then how does that make money, right? And then how can we prove it faster, more efficiently, to create competitive advantage, to be aligned with market needs, not to just be driven by our own products and our own solutions, because we might think we're solving a problem, but who are we solving a problem for? How many people can agree that we're solving that problem for them, right? And so ultimately, that's what we're investing for, is solving problems, right?
Awesome.
And we've got to get very clear on what exactly are we solving.
And I think one of the things you guys are also solving too is you're investing into innovation, the impact and regenerative agriculture, but you're also developing a supply, an ecosystem, a market exchange for hemp products. So a lot of companies don't focus on the sales; they focus on creating the company. So I really like how you guys are creating a platform as well for hemp products to be able to sell and be traded and have to be impact verified. So that's a big component that I think everyone in the CBD space could take a page from over the last couple of years. So I really like everything you put together, and it's kind of a full shop for hemp companies to come in and really benefit. And then I'll move on to David, because we only have about 7 minutes left here. And the innovation part is a lot of where I like to spend my time and focus. And it almost seems endless of what hemp can do and benefit the planet. And this is my good friend, David Abecassis. And he's probably one of the top thinking green scientists in the world in bioplastics, nanotechnology, energy, waste energy, you name it. And David, please give yourself a quick introduction on some of your work.
I just want to emphasize that while I'm the lead entrepreneur in most of the businesses with co-partners, I have very competent business executives that I work with. I'm always the technical director for the company. So the CEO for Titan Bioplastics, which is ranked #1 in the world by Smartest Magazine for packaging solutions, is Tanya Hart. She's my partner and helps run the business portion of that. We have an input company for what I'm about to talk to you about for the opportunity zones. That's Green Growers Technology Alliance. My partner, Avi Cooper, is CEO of that company. The company we have today, for the time being, I've got a business attorney that's working with us, that's the CEO, his name is Derek Campbell. Relative to what we're talking about, what I really want to discuss today, we have something that targets opportunity zones that we're looking for a raise. We found the only way outside of packing it into cement to get value from coal fly ash using an accelerated auxin leaching enhanced phytoremediation. We have a site now in Kentucky. We're looking for demonstration funding. All the technologies are patented, proven. It's a science convergence of technologies that we had. We're able to use the auxin that I developed for the Green Growers Technology Alliance, which is right now probably the most powerful auxin discovered for overall effects on the plant physiology and the plant anatomy. It doesn't selectively just affect the roots or the upper portions. It does all. It's a new scientific discovery. We've been using that in green growers in the cannabis space. And we were able to add it into the technologies that allowed us to really get full value out of converting coal fly ash, which right now is an airborne pollution. It typically is in opportunity zones because the populations there are, let's say, not as vocal about their protection. They're usually poor neighborhoods. So these sites, they're all over the United States. They've got all these OSHA carcinogens, and the only solution that they found so far is to call it clean cone and pretend it's not a problem and put it in concrete. So what we've done is we've got a convergence of technologies, which are first biochemical and chemical bleaching, which is proprietary. And then we follow up with an auxin amplified phytoremediation. Then we convert that into extracting all the rare earth metals from the coal fly ash through both the biochemical and phytoremediation processes. And the bottom line is we're taking a $1 billion liability from a given site. We're able to grow about 1,000 plants per acre is the estimated convergence. And again, we've been in the cannabis space supporting cannabis growers, so we have a lot of internal knowledge about that process. And the bottom line for the investors coming into this, we're doing 1,000 plants per acre. We're shooting for high CBD plants. We're coming out to about $75 per plant of CBD. about $35 in metal yields, and about 9,513 in graphene oxide, which is going to be one of the primary products. And then we've got about $40 a ton for the coal fly ash. So the total yield per acre is about $9,623 of net profit. And we're able to use that and expand it to sites that are usually around 100 to 150 acres and create value. So in a way, we've discovered the next fracking, but it's a sustainable model. It depollutes a monopoly problem right now, uses a convergence of technology, and uses hemp, graphene oxide, and all the ability to extract metals and our expertise to convert it to high value. And there are 3,650 of these sites in the US right now with no real solution in addressing them prior to our technology.
Well, great. Yeah. And just a note to everyone, David studied bioremediation under one of the grandfathers of bioremediation for several years as well. So with the auxin and with hemp and with taking a waste product, which is fly ash, and converting it into one of the most high value product additives is a lot of where I think hemp has a lot of benefits.
I just want to stress too that we'll be creating local economies from what was a $1 billion liability. So we'll be having everything from drivers right up to hiring every scientist from the local schools and universities. So we are, in fact, go ahead.
I want to talk to a minute about how hemp can play a role as not just an agricultural commodity, but also as a technology platform for community development.
So there was a very significant piece of work done at the University of Arkansas about a month ago. I think it deserves a Nobel Prize. This guy found a way to actually capture local Brownian motion, convert it to electricity. That means there's going to be a huge draw on moving forward graphene and graphene oxide products for electrical applications. But with this new innovation and with supercapacitors, they're sort of the future of electrifying the economy. And I've done quite a bit of graduate work in sustainability around the topic. So we understand the value of graphene oxide as an input. We're actually going to be putting together what looks like probably one of the larger graphene oxide production efforts, at least domestically here in the United States. And so it'll be one of the primary off-put. But at the same time, we're getting all the metals and non-metals out of the fly ash, making it a safe inert media. And at the same time, we're also using hemp CBD for its normal, traditional, medicinal, and other properties. We're also going to be able to take off-put product and do things like hemp concrete. But Titan Bioplastics has existing markets for a lot of the plastics and sustainable materials. This is a commercializing company. So we'll be able to take off-put products that we've got from this coal fly ash and plug them directly into existing commercial channels that we're developing now. So rather than just being a concept startup, we've actually have commercializable products that we can make money right out of the gates, hopefully this year.
Great. And yeah, I think one of my favorite things that you talk about, David, is how hemp can be an innovation platform for community development.
Correct. So there's an incubator concept.
And then we'll have to wrap up.
I spent about 10 years in an incubator. I had a polymer consulting service that would have never survived if I hadn't been in the incubator. I learned so much about setting them up. I came up with the first internship program at Farmingdale State University here in New York for the incubator. But in addition to that, I was then hired by the Hispanic Chamber of Long Island to set up an incubator. And so I designed systems ranging from how we recruited people to virtual currency inside the incubator. And I realized what a economic viable generator an incubator was for high-tech businesses, because it removes so much of the risk and really fosters collaboration and high economic efficiency. So I'd worked with Stephen to come up with a model for a sort of hemp design incubator that would use it as a technology platform, the same way we use petroleum and other types of minerals and non-minerals as technology platforms to drive. Hemp is a sustainable material, it's a plant material, but it can come into places where rare earth metals and electronics use conductive materials. It's got some very unique properties, and that means you've got all steps of a value chain. You've got the agricultural portion, you've got the chemical processing, the validation, the technical. So you're creating jobs and you're creating job training on site to foster the local companies like this fly ash effort. And you're creating training, high quality training at all levels.
And while you can help improve the environment
that's right. You're getting rid of an environmental liability that right now is unsolvable. You're driving education in the technical realm locally as part of the incubator system. So you're creating sustainable education. You're elevating the GDP of the local communities tremendously. And you're having to incorporate both the environmental component, the economic component, the marketing, the educational, and you have to converge all that. But if you look at it as a whole picture, it's a sustainability powerhouse. Because we're replacing petroleum, which is in the gutter, with positive cash flow from a $1 billion liability.
Love it. Thank you. Thank you, David. This panel's wrapping up, and I think we see a plant-based future for the world, and I'm very grateful to have you all here today, and thanks, Brad and Investor Hot Seat for having us.
Thank you.
So, Stephen, thank you so much for moderating that. Everyone who was just on that panel, as you can tell, everyone there is a wealth of knowledge. And if you hear me say this again and again, because it's the truth of the matter, the one thing is that this event brings so many unique individuals from all around the United States and all around the world into one place. And just hearing David speak just now it's mind-blowing. And it's someone where make sure you connect with him on LinkedIn. Make sure you ask other questions that you have, and ask all the panelists we have questions as well too. Stephen Cutter, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for moderating this. Really do appreciate it. Make sure the participants connect, and Stephen, make sure you hang out afterwards for the Zoom networking event, because it's a great way to meet some more people. So I already know there's some questions there just for you as well too. So with that being said, we're now going to move forward onto our third panel. And our third panel is called Plant-Based Medicine, a Global Investing Opportunity. The moderator of that is John Nemanic. And John will be introducing our two panelists today, who are also both have doctorate degrees as well too. I am personally honored and privileged because John is someone I look up to, who I learn something new from every single time he does something. John is a partner of Green Coast Capital International. Green Coast is an international investor providing flexible, innovative financing to small cap and micro cap marketplace in a variety of sectors. John might actually be in Colombia right now. I don't know. I'll let him talk about that himself. But let's talk about John a little bit more. John's a serial entrepreneur, but he's also an investor. He's a co-founder, chairman, and CEO. He's exited not one, not two, but 3 companies, very successful internet startups. In 2006, he took Hostopia, raised $29.2 million for it, then sold it to Deluxe Communications for $129 million. Think about that. He raised $30 million, sold it for $124 million. That's a pretty good turnaround. Great job, John. He also sold another company to the Steinberg Group for $45 million in the latter part of 1999. His current company, Tucos, had a current market cap of over $600 million. He also took Internet Direct and merged it with another company called Look Communications in 1999. And guess what? That was deemed at over $500 million with a B. Over $500 million. I'll tell everyone right now, and I'm going off script on purpose, is that most people can get their company to a $75 or $100 million valuation. But once you hit over $500 million, that's a lot. That's difficult. It's not easy to do. And this guy has done it. So once again, make sure you pay attention to John. John's current interest, though, is about medical cannabis, cultivation, hemp, CBD startups with a focus on Colombia. He's married to Sandra Carrillo, who's a physician and also a leading expert in cannabis for clinical applications. And she was also playing the clinical professor in charge of scientific program for cannabis research and education at the University of Panama. John manages Panamanian and Colombian-based businesses. He's a former member of EO Panama and has extensive contacts within Panama. He's also a former member of EO Toronto, as well as YPO Toronto. He is actively seeking high return opportunities to invest in, as well as to serve as a director for high quality cannabis-oriented firms. So I tell people, if you're looking for a highly experienced operator, a dynamic leader who understands the growth cycles of startups and how to develop exit strategies, make sure you contact John. And if you know some John's background and stuff in America, South America, Canada, he's a wealth of knowledge. John, I'm going to hand it off to you to let you talk about who we have as panelists and to get this panel started.
David, thank you. That was an amazing introduction. I really appreciate that. Sometimes when I look back over the years and realize that some of the things that I did, it was because we had a team. There's no I in team. I worked with an absolutely outstanding group of entrepreneurs, executives, friends. I mean, this is critical. And this is the emphasis I always put on when I'm looking at investments. So I'm going to proceed now by chatting about Nova Plantum, which is actually Latin for new plant. And I'm going to introduce Dr. Sudhir Athni. Please, gentlemen, forgive me if I butchered your names, I try. And Dr. Prahlad Parajuli of Nova Plantum. Gentlemen, welcome to the Investor Hot Seat.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I read through your resumes online, and for me to try to summarize your resumes in, say, less than 30 seconds would be like trying to summarize War and Peace by calling it a book about Russia. I mean, gentlemen, you have absolutely outstanding bios. So what I'm going to do is ask, and Dr. Athni, may I call you Sudhir? May I call you?
Absolutely.
I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about Nova Plantum, and then afterwards, I'm going to ask you to tell me a little bit about yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please, and then ask your other partners as well. Because honestly, I looked at your bios and I thought to myself, like, wow, if I was ever going to put together a dream team, you guys would be at the core of it. I mean, no kidding. So please proceed.
Sure. And let me answer that by flipping around just a little bit, because I think my history and where I came from will explain how we got Nova Plantum together. So I'm a big city boy. I grew up in New York, actually, and went down to Houston for my education. And down there, I got my environmental engineering degree. So that was my first taste in the environment, the green world, and all that kind of stuff. And then life took me over to medicine, where I got my MD, and then became a neurologist. So right now, I'm a practicing neurologist here in Middle Georgia. And I've always had this interest in plants and trees. And I jokingly tell my friends that I love shooting animals, but not with a gun, but with a camera. So I'm big into photography and the outdoors and stuff. And I've always been amazed how a lot of my patients, almost blindly, they accept some of the medications I prescribe them for their ailments. And a lot of these medications have some toxic effects, and these are serious conditions. And that's where over the years, and just through self-learning and broadening my educational horizons, I realized that there are so many plants out there that can actually do the same, not just the pharma-based chemicals that are produced that we dispense to our patients, but there are so many drugs out there that can do the exact same thing. And that's where, with my partner, Prahlad, and our two other partners, Dr. Nirmal Joshi and Dr. Braz Vaidya, we all have different interests, and we got together about 6-7 years ago and realized that, hey, we can form a company that can achieve this goal of producing products naturally, not just from chemicals. And we all had our individual skill set. And so that's how Nova Plantum was formed. So I'll hand it off to Prahlad and let him explain what his skill set is, what he brought to the table of this company.
Please.
Everybody, thanks for tuning in. And thanks, John, for introducing us here. Sudhir and I are from different worlds. So I am originally from India, from the Himalayas. I grew up in a small plantation, medicinal plantation, and before chloroquine was there, the quinine is the mother of chloroquine, and that comes from a plant, cinchona. Cinchona was grown actually in one of the 4 plantations that I grew up in. So I strongly believe in the healing power of herbs, plants. So because that's where I spent my formative years of childhood. And but then as a training, I studied immunology. I'm a PhD in immunology. And right now I do research and teach cancer biology and immunology at Wayne State University, Karmanos Cancer Institute. I'm in Michigan right now. So, and with Dr. Joshi, who is one of our partners, we've been studying different immunomodulatory aspects, anti-cancer, anti-obesity, of different literally hundreds of
medicinal plants. We've done research on them. And when doing research, we realized that a lot of these plants, we have like off the counter extracts and all those things you can buy. But a lot of times they don't work as good as they are supposed to work. The reason is the plants actually, where do they bring it from? What kind of chemicals do they have? Although you get plants, it's not necessary that they have the chemicals that they are supposed to have. So that brought us to tissue culture, basically. So if you want to grow plants which have like consistent composition of chemicals in them, you have to have the same genetics, just like hemp or any other thing. So, and the only way to produce them is by tissue culture. You multiply them, and then you have to grow in a specific condition. So that's what we got together, 4 of us. We have like partners, Dr. Joshi, who is like world-renowned professor in like all kinds of plants. He knows about all kinds of exotic plants in the Himalayas and all over the world. And we have another person who is the only person who doesn't have a doctoral degree. He has a master's degree, but he is the master of tissue culture, basically. And he has done tissue culture business all over the world, in Kathmandu, Trinidad, Tobago, and from here also. So he knows tissue culture from all over the world, and he has done business. And Sudhir, who knows engineering, MBA, and medicine. And me being like, I've studied research, done research on like different aspects of medicinal plants. So we got together and we started this company. So that's our background. And
do you mind telling us just a little bit more about your partners? What you said was good, but just maybe amplify it a bit more for another minute or so, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Prahlad.
Okay. So Dr. Joshi is the anchor, basically. So he's not here. So he brought all the 3 of us together. So he's also from the Himalayas. He's from the Western Himalayas. I'm from the Eastern Himalayas. So, and he studied in India, but he went to get his PhD in the Eastern Himalayas. That he went to Japan. He was in Philippines studying rice. So he had studied he's a botanist by training, PhD in botany, a plant scientist. He's studied all kinds of medicinal plants. So he knows about medicinal plants, how to tissue culture them, how to grow them, and how to intercrop actually. So that's another advantage of so us. We do consulting also. We actually teach farmers and growers how to mix their plantations, basically, to get maximum advantage, and how to utilize the plants. And we also, Dr. Joshi also specializes in some like very fast growing trees, and with the multiple advantages, biomass and everything. So we consult with growers how to get like maximum advantage of those trees. So he's an expertise in all kinds of trees and medicinal plants. And another partner is Bras Vaidya, and he actually, the opposite of what we did is we studied outside, we came here. Bras Vaidya actually got his undergrad from here, so in US. And he got his undergrad and he went back to Kathmandu, Nepal, started a tissue culture company. And he is a master in tissue culture because he used to tissue culture exotic Himalayan plants, including orchid, which is very difficult to tissue culture actually. So, and he used to sell them all over the world. And he did tissue culture in bananas and all kinds of plants. And he went to Trinidad and Tobago, helped them set up like tissue culture companies there. And he came back here, got his master's again. And then he started we started a company. We met when he was doing his master's here in US. So we got him into our fold. So we built this team like that, tissue culture company basically. So we have the know-how of doing tissue culture for more than 200 plants, including hemp, orchids, and trees, and multiple medicinal plants.
As I said, all of you have absolutely outstanding backgrounds. And one of the things I noticed about your company is that even though you positioned yourself as providing tissue culture, and I think we should explain a little bit more why tissue culture is perhaps superior to cloning or to popping seeds. I mean, seeds are easy. You know, a couple of years ago, we bought some seeds from someone we will not name, but a very well-known seed producer. It was supposed to be AK-47. We got 12 seeds. We popped the seeds, and what was it? 4 of them exhibited a sativa-like characteristics. 4 of them reminded us of indica. I had the broad leaves, and then 4 of them were like hybrids. And needless to say, from a commercial operations perspective, you just cannot have that kind of variability. You know, you need to have consistency. So a lot of people have turned to clones. However, I personally believe tissue culture is superior, but as experts, perhaps you could explain to the audience why tissue culture is better. And let's emphasize that what you offer is technology. You're not limited to cannabis by any means. I mean, there isn't literally any plant that you can't take your technological platform, as I understand it, and apply it. So for me, that's particularly interesting because as an investor, looking at charts of commodities, in particular, I was looking at the DBA Investec Index. It's a ETF. And in the last 10 years, it's been going down. It's primarily agricultural commodities. But in the last 10 years, it's been declining, but now it's popping up, which is telling me that we're going into an agricultural boom in terms of prices for the cost of food and other agricultural goods. And what you're doing is going to be critical, in my opinion, to help keeping us fed, to feeding the planet. So please, forgive me if I'm just going on and on in my soapbox here, but tell us, favor us please with a response. Tell us why tissue culture over cloning, for example.
Sure. Let me jump in on this one. So normally, any plant that most folks know about, non-scientific, you take a seed, you put it down in the ground, and you watch the plant grow. And then to multiply it, you basically take the seeds those plants produce, and you plant more plants from those seeds. The problem there is a fewfold. One, mutations occur. So every generation of these plants, there's a slight change in the genetic code. And when you take those seeds and replant it, now the genetic code is slightly different than the original mother plant. Then another issue with that is the sun and the rain and cross-pollination with other plants that are similar in the local area. So now you bastardize that plant generation after generation. And you need to plant those out in the field. You need acres and acres and acres to multiply thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of plants. Tissue culture is completely in the lab. In a facility that's maybe 5,000 square feet, we could multiply millions in a very small area. And the technology basically involves taking one plant, and then in the lab, we genetically multiply it. We don't genetically modify it, we genetically multiply it. So the original mother plant is now multiplied millions of times over. And in a small facility, and we can stack them up rows on top of rows. And so from a world hunger standpoint, sure, we can multiply any plant, any food that people want to eat, multiply it in mass quantities. Now, once it's multiplied, that doesn't mean it's ready to eat, obviously, if it's a food, or doesn't mean it's ready to harvest and make it into cannabis. Now these are seedlings, little plantlets that can then be taken to the field and planted. But you can be rest assured that every one of those plants that you planted has the exact same genetic code as the original mother plant. So from a cannabis standpoint, where this becomes crazy important, especially as cannabis and hemp, and in the future marijuana becomes legalized, is the flavor and the variety. So one example I give to my patients and to my colleagues is, there's only one species of humans, right? There's the genus species, and that's Homo sapiens. Every one of us is a Homo sapien. It's one species. With cannabis, there are 3 species, but like humans, we have billions of varieties. I look totally different than everyone else on the screen and everyone else in the world because I'm one variety. Same with cannabis, you have thousands and thousands of varieties. And each variety of cannabis may have a slightly different flavor when it's used recreationally, but will also have a slightly different content in terms of its chemicals, the phytochemicals, the plant chemicals, which is important for medicinal plant usage. So it's critical that once we find a given plant, a given cannabis that has a given phytochemical calibration, that we multiply genetically. And the only way that can be done genetically multiplication is through tissue culture. Is that anything to add, Prahlad, on that front?
That's an excellent explanation. Now, I'm going to need to wrap this up soon, but I did want to say that, first of all, we've had an amazing turnout of people, by the way, and it just shows that what Brad is doing here is great. What I would like you to do is this. What message would you like to give to the audience in terms of what your opportunity is and how they can reach out to you? Because I personally really like what you're doing. I mean, I think it's astounding, but I'm sure there's people in this audience right now that are wondering more about what it is that you offer. If not, in particular, what I really liked was what you're doing on the cannabis side. But again, I want to emphasize it's a technology platform. I describe your company as being the blockchain or distributed ledger technology, right? And cannabis is simply an application like a Bitcoin, for example. So that's how I see it. So I will now quiet up and ask you to summarize, please. And
sure.
Whatever
Prahlad,
message you would like to leave.
Yeah. Prahlad, do you want to start?
So we have already formed a group. We are already consulting. And right now, when we are talking to different groups in like all over the world, actually, who wants to buy different kinds of plants, tissue culture. The tree especially, it's people are interested in one kind of tree, and we are getting orders, so we are having to outsource them, so which we do not want to. So that's why we purchased the land. We've already like 120 acres of land in the middle Georgia, here in US, the Georgia in US, and where we are ready to start. But we want to start with a tissue culture lab, and we want to build a big greenhouse where we can grow different kinds of medicinal plants there, because they have to grow in a consistent condition. So, and in the lab, we can produce any kind of plant. So we are ready to roll. We have a land. We need a runway. So we are like to fly. We want to fly big. And we need a runway. We are seeking funding to build a runway to that, which is our lab, tissue culture lab. So,
and I want to add that we are also investors in our own company. All four of us are investor owners of the company. And like Prahlad said, our land is in central Georgia, and we're right. And we bought that land in a place that's strategic to transport. We're 3 miles away from an airport, 75 miles from an international airport, 3 miles from an interstate highway, 15 miles from the railroad system, and 100 miles from the seaway, Savannah Airport, the port. And so we can transport to anywhere in the world. And with tissue culture, we're not limited to the US, because we don't do tissue culture in soil. We do it in media, and which means we can transport anywhere in the world. We currently have active accounts in Morocco, in Dublin, in India, and we're trying to establish some accounts in Brazil, as well as Chile. So we're an active business, a money generating business, and we're trying to grow to the next level. And that's what we're trying to see.
Excellent, excellent, gentlemen. You've done an absolutely outstanding job. I'm going to ask you in the comments, in the chat, just to leave your contact information for anybody who wants to reach out to you. And I see that I'm hitting the time limit here, so I'm going to be handing off to my wonderful friend, Dr. Dave. I didn't realize he had a second doctorate. I mean, my gosh, just talking with him, I feel my IQ going, great,
Appreciate it.
I'm truly humble. So, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful day, gentlemen. Thank you.
All right, everyone. You know what? Once again, pay attention to the questions in the discussion. If you have questions, put them in the Q&A, put them in the chat. Also, a few people sent me a private message. A friendly reminder is when you post anything in the chat room, make sure you click all panelists and all attendees. Once again, make sure you post your questions or your comments. You clicked all panelists and attendees. John, thank you so much. To the two doctors, thank you. Once again, you'll hear me say this. everyone that's been presenting so far, that's been a panelist, has been a wealth of knowledge. These are people, if you're getting into the industry, you want to pick their brains, you want to talk to them. Some people don't like use the term industry leaders, but these people are leaders in their own right and in their own way on how they're helping companies grow, whether it's here in the US or it's done internationally. I cannot stress that enough. So with that being said, we're gonna now move on to our fourth panel now. And that panel is called Maximizing Celebrity Partnerships. And personally speaking, as someone who is actually taking money from Tupac Shakur's former manager, from some of Wu-Tang Clan's associates as well too, someone who's actually had celebrities hook us up with their managers or their lawyers or someone within their team who've actually invested in some of our own projects. I'm very excited for this next guest and for this next host. So our moderator is Joseph Chicas, founder of Cannabiz Association. Cannabiz Venture Partners. My apologies. And he'll be joining with, the panel today with Cleetis Mack, of CEO of Cannabiz Venture Partners as well too. Now, Joseph Chicas is a proven cannabis strategist that guides emerging cannabis companies through licensing, real estate acquisition, and growth strategies. He is currently the founder and CEO of Cannabiz Venture Partners and heads up strategic relations for the Leaves of Legend Cannabis brand. Once again, that's Leaves of Legend Cannabis brand. He's also part owner in multiple cannabis licenses in California, from delivery to cultivation to retail. Joseph is also a business strategist for Nugal Media, where he publishes articles and content to support cannabis entrepreneurs. Way to go, Joseph. That's something new I learned about you today. He also once served as executive director for the Cannabis Advising Partners at a point when it was one of the top cannabis advising firms in California. What also makes Joseph extremely unique is he's also a former policy professor for the University of Southern California. We taught government relations and policy analysts, which are essential tools to excel in this cannabis regulatory landscape, whether you're in California or anywhere in the US. Earlier in his career, Joseph served as an advisor to Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti on economic development issues, specifically Veterans Affairs and small business. He attained his bachelor's from UCLA and his master's degree from University of Southern California. Joseph, thank you for being here today. I really do appreciate it. And I'll let you take it from here.
All right, awesome. Hello, everybody. Really excited to join everyone. Hopefully you're all doing well. I know this is a difficult time for all of us, but the fact that we could come together and really huddle to provide some value and information with each other and exchange experiences and all that can make our access to the industry a little better, a little more seamless. It's just great for this space to be created. So shout out to Brad Turner for inviting us to join today. I did want to call up to our producer, if you can bring up the other Joseph Chicases that are in here. There are going to be other speakers and I'll be introducing them shortly. But essentially today's panel really talks about a topic I'm extremely excited about. It's a topic that up until last year, I really didn't know a lot about, but I've kind of had because of the panelists that you'll hear from today, really a on the ground learning experience that has really elevated my understanding of how do you really maximize a celebrity brand partnership. We all know that celebrities can add immense value to the promotion, expansion, and scaling of your brand, but there's a lot of nuances to doing it right. And the panelists that we've arranged for you today are experts in that arena. And so we're really excited to kind of put this all together for you. So I wanted to start just by briefly introducing the panel. First, we have Money B, who's a Grammy-nominated multi-platinum selling artist, currently of the group Digital Underground. Once you see Money B's background, you'll see all the platinum plaques that he has with Tupac, a once-in-a-generation rap artist, and Money B has definitely gotten multiple plaques with him. So it's truly an honor to have him on our panel. We also have Cleetis Mack, also of Digital Underground, who also serves as the CEO of Cannabiz Venture Partners. This is one of the greatest deal makers in the business. He really unifies cannabis and the entertainment industry in a way that I've never seen before. And then finally, we have Keith Griffin, who's here next to me, and is a great friend of mine, also heavily involved in entertainment and cannabis industry. He's a co-host with Crazy Bone of Bone Thugs and Harmony of a show called Truth Talks. And he's also the co-founder of the Leaves of Legend brand, which again is Crazy Bone's brand from Bone Thugs and Harmony. Keith has really been instrumental in bringing that whole company to scale and even onboarding new celebrities to that brand. So really honored to have him here as well. So what I'm going to do is just kind of go one by one. I have a set of questions that I've teed up for them to bring you all a lot of value in terms of how you might think about arranging these kind of deals, arranging these type of partnerships. And I'm just immensely excited for you all to hear it. So Money B, are you, just want to confirm you're dialed in. Can you hear me all right? Okay, great. So Money B, again, thanks for being here. One quick note about Money B, there is really no one more respected in the entertainment industry than Money B. He's really one phone call away from every major celebrity you can think of. And that's really because of his ability to put these type of partnerships together and really look out for the interest of artists and also brands simultaneously. So Money B, why don't we start with you? You're actually in charge of managing a legacy hip hop brand, being Digital Underground, and it's right. and this being the group that really incubated Tupac and his career, rest in peace. Is just such an immense responsibility that you have managing the Digital Underground and its legacy brands. What do you look for when you're looking at a brand that you're going to partner with to add your celebrity gravitas to? Like, what are the different factors that you look at to make those deals happen?
I think, some of the main things that I look at is compatibility. You can't force a celebrity into your brand if they have nothing in common. And let's take the Digital Underground and the Tupac brand, for example. Now, we all know that Tupac started with Digital Underground, but as he grew, his in stature, but his image kind of strayed away from what Digital Underground was originally. So when we work together, because I work closely with the estate, we always make sure that we're not compromising each other. Meaning, if I'm involving Tupac in some of the products that I use in the Digital Underground merchandise, I make sure with my contact at the estate that is make sure that it's okay. Make sure I know that I won't do anything that Tupac wouldn't be a part of if he was here. At the same time, if there are stipulations, I make sure that I don't compromise the Digital Underground brand, because there's a standard, and we also have a image, or our fan base, our demographic expects certain things from Digital Underground. So we just make sure that we're respecting each other's brand fully, not compromising that brand, as well as not allowing our brand to be compromised.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Is there something else that?
Yeah, for sure. So you've been instrumental in putting together millions of dollars worth of brand and celebrity deal partnerships. What are some red flags that you look for as you're structuring those type of deals?
Red flags for me with any type of business deal, on both sides is consistency. And I say that, I've been in the music industry and in business for, since 1989, right? So that's 30 plus years. And anyone, like Joseph said, anyone that I've done business with or that I associate with, they can tell you that I'm the same as I was 30 years ago. So they expect a consistency with me. how I met them is how I am years later, no matter what the situation, whatever, if there's any type of, if we have to solve a situation, you know what I mean? Like if there's a problem, I remain the same. So what a celebrity looks for is, what the company is, if you tell me that you're going to do something, if you tell me it's going to happen at this time, know that, do it. Don't, because procrastination and backtracking, you lose the energy from the celebrity. And that's what you don't want to do, because what we're doing really is we're selling and we're buying engagement, right? And it starts at the very top. So from the very beginning, the company has to engage with the artist or the celebrity so that they believe in the product. The artist, once he believes in the product, he engages with his audience to make them believe. Then in return, you expect, the audience or his fan base or demographic to believe in him, believing in the product enough that they believe in it as well. So, it's a trust thing. My fans trust that what I'm selling them, I really believe in. I have to trust from the person that I'm selling for that they believe in me, and we have to show it within the relationship. And I think it gets lost a lot of time with people who don't deal with artists or people that are creative and they only deal with business and bottom line. They treat everything as such, as a product, when you have to really cultivate these relationships and kind of cater to these celebrities to an extent, not overboard, but enough to where that the celebrity feels comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. And that's definitely where the match, right, between both entities is really important, because you want the celebrity to go all out for your brand. But if they don't believe in what the brand is, what the product is, and they don't know enough about it, they don't believe in it, then that's really going to show in terms of how they're promoting it and how much of their digital capital through their social media channels and their fan bases, how much they're going to pump it out, right? And so I think you hit that point directly on the head. Money B, last question for you.
Sure.
Are you working on any other, cannabis or non-cannabis related projects with celebrities that you want to highlight for folks?
Absolutely. So currently, I'm heavily invested, and I'm also on the board of a new streaming network called Vire Streaming Network. And I'm a curator of the content on the platform. So we always look for shows, especially with music celebrities and artists. They have documentaries, they've done movies on their lives, autobiographies, or they have show ideas. We're a place where you can bring us those ideas, either fully produced or we help you produce them. I can give you an example of a few shows that we're working on involve cannabis directly. There's a scripted show that we're currently working on that's 100% totally about the cannabis business in Los Angeles. And just within that, we're promoting cannabis in a way such that there's room for product placement. We're going to have featured celebrities in and out of the series that are involved in the cannabis community that they promote cannabis just in their everyday lives. So you actually would have contact or access to these celebrities in an environment which would suit your brand, because we can do product placement. Through these shows, you can build relationships with the celebrities to further promote your brand. You can do advertising, within the show structure, I should say. And we also have a full channel on that platform called Cannabiz, which this channel is only about cannabis related content. So, we're really excited about everything that we're working on over at Vire and Cannabiz, and I believe that there are a lot of opportunities for people that are in or wanting to get into the cannabis business, especially when it comes to dealing with celebrities.
Awesome. Thank you, maybe. Really great insight. You're an incredible legend in this area. Appreciate you. I'm gonna come back to you at the tail end on the last minute.
Sure.
Because I want one of your fondest memories with Tupac so the audience can hear it. So I'm gonna come back to you.
Okay.
Thanks, Honeybee.
No worries.
All right. Up next, we have Mr. Keith Griffin right next to me, one of my best friends, and just an incredible asset on developing these type of partnerships. I've seen him do it. I've seen him pain through it, and come on the other side of things, and just really be successful in this area. Keith, you've been instrumental in building the Leaves of Legends brand, which is already a multi-million-dollar brand that we built during the COVID, and that's been an incredible journey there to build a cannabis brand in the pandemic. But we've been able to get it off the ground and reach some important milestones. And you've really been instrumental in working with Crazy Bone on that, because Crazy Bone, your business partner, your best friend, but you're also, making sure that the brand is reflective of what he wants and what his vision is. How important is it to that you do that on behalf of Crazy Bone, and so that folks can get an insight into, because they at the end of the day, people see Crazy Bone as his brand, but like there's so many people working behind the scenes to get that done, and you're a key member in doing that. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Well, Joseph too kind too, thanks for the intro, but matching someone up, an investor with a celebrity, I would say it's even more important, or as important as matching yourself up with your soulmate for life. Because when you an investor and an artist, an investor is always looking for a return. That's what you're supposed to do, because that's what investment is. But at the same time, if you have an investor that's looking just too much of a return, and you distinguish the artist's vision, and you just kind of ruin the artist's vision because you're looking about money, money, money. I had to link him up with somebody who was going to respect his dream, respect the vision that he wanted to go in, and just make it all fit exactly right, so that there's no like tearing back and forth about the business side and the creative side. Someone who was able to put capital up into the situation and be a exact silent partner. And it's kind of rare. So we did have to look and find those pieces, and we did, thank God we found those gentlemen that we're working with now to make Crazy Bones Leaves of Legend a very successful cannabis company.
That's great. Now this is a second development of this cannabis brand, but the first deal that you put together didn't really work out. Yes. Do you want to talk to the audience a little bit about what you learned from the original deal that you had put together?
Yes, just like you're saying, the first investor, he came in and his ideas were more of taking over the company, really not respecting what the wishes that Crazy had, or seeing the vision, or working with a celebrity. Working with a celebrity is different than working with just, if we're starting a cannabis company with just from the ground up, you're going to have to kind of go through the steps that are already blueprinted and guided out. But being with a celebrity, you're able to take it to the different regions and to different countries that you can move faster, is what I'm saying, than having to just go step by step, because they're known in different places. So to be able to use that as your, like one of your weapons, that's the greatest thing. And the first investor was actually working against that. He wanted to start one place and so at one place instead of going to multiple places where the artist is famous at.
Yeah, that's really great insight. Thanks for sharing that. You serve as a liaison between the investors and Crazy Bone. Talk to us about the importance of working with a liaison to an artist or to a celebrity. Like, why is that relationship so important? And how do you maintain it?
It's very important because by being in the music industry, we're able to develop relationships with a lot of these people. So by doing that, we can talk to them and kind of, we have a better relationship than just, it's not company to just artists. We can get on the phone and call people that we've talked to before in the past, and we can be able to work out differences if there are any. We can have language with them that they understand, and we can have them to be able to move on different things that, normally we couldn't.
Yeah, and that's a great point. So much of what Keith and I work on is we solve problems, and nothing gets to the big boss, AKA Crazy Bone, or any of the celebrities that we work with. Nothing gets to their level unless it's absolutely like important. Otherwise, we're taking care of everything with the investors and with the rest of the partners on the supply chain to make sure that everything is great. and solid, right? And then if anything reaches a certain level, then it just gets taken up, right? Up the food chain, so to speak.
Yeah.
Last question here. You were actually instrumental in bringing in Cujo from Goody Mob, legendary artist, legendary group, into the Leaves of Legends brand.
Yes.
Talk to us about why you thought that was a good fit for not only the brand, but also for him, and how you are envisioning kind of putting that partnership together.
It was a strategic move. We sought after the celebrity. It's not like we just wanted someone who's going to bring fame or a face to a thing. We wanted someone that actually uses the product. Unfortunately, Cujo was in a car accident where he lost his leg. His entire leg was severed. So he uses CBD products, and by me knowing that, we went after him so that we could have him on the roster, so that we can not just use him to normalize cannabis, because that's the state that we're kind of in too. Sometimes cannabis is still frowned upon in different places, but by able to have his story in a heartfelt kind of situation where he already uses cannabis in a CBD form for his pain versus opioids, it really gives us a good look, and it kind of like normalizes it more, or puts it in a place that's not just people on the corner smoking weed. We're doing something for the health or the education of the situation. So we're playing on that kind of thing, and he's a great artist. He's he's real passionate about what he does. So I'm happy to have him aboard. And those are the things that we look for. We're just not trying to set up a celebrity just to campaign something because they're famous. We're trying to have them have a background story about it.
Awesome. Thanks, Keith. On to you, Cleetis. You've been such an integral leader within entertainment and cannabis, and structuring these deals together. What's the most important? What is the importance of a celebrity partner as a brand seeks to do what Keith just said, expand to a new market? Like, how does a celebrity bring value to doing that for a brand?
Thank you, Joseph. I guess you could say that is the difference between like having a secret that's really, really great. You made this thing and everybody in your house knows about it. And everybody think it's really great, but you don't know how to get outside and tell everybody else. When you add a celebrity to it, it gets out. It's like the secret goes to the world. It goes across the country, because they have fans everywhere. It's worldwide fans. So, and now your product is in front of all of these eyes where it traditionally wouldn't be. Especially when you have a celebrity embracing it and saying, hey, look, there's nothing wrong with this. And look, we have medicinal values to this product, and we have facts to prove it. And people are really quick to put out stuff for like alcohol, and those facts haven't really been proven for alcohol. Where it's been proven for cannabis, when it's been proven that CBD helps these children stop having these seizures and stuff like that. So we throwing all the rest of all of that red tape, we throwing that out in the trash. And we making sure these celebrities are coming on board. When they come on board with these brands, they're able to get their products seen by people that wouldn't normally see it across the world.
Yeah, that piece is so important, right? That the celebrities educated on what the particular benefits are of that product, for sure. Talk to us a little bit about, outside of the obvious like marketing techniques, what are some other ways that a brand can benefit from a celebrity endorsement deal from your perspective?
Well, for one, like Money B was speaking on earlier, like I'm writing and producing television shows based on cannabis and based on the life of someone in the business, making comedies, making all different type of cannabis shows that's showing like, hey, this is happening in real life every day. We have shows where we have people who are smoking and walking into their corporate office and, right before they smoke, and just really being really truthful and honest and giving it different eyes that, where it hasn't been exposed to people before, as well as doing things with, like for us, we from the music business. When we start making songs and hymns about a product, it becomes latched on to people's heads and in their memory, and people feel the most comfortable purchasing something that they can relate to, and they remember like, oh yeah, such and such said it was great. Let me try it. It works. And you can tell from several different things that are happening right now where you see a celebrity attached and the money goes up high immediately, not just cannabis.
Yeah. I really like the example that you said. Can you, about the Corona example with Snoop Dogg, can you talk a little bit about that for everybody?
Yeah, because unfortunately for the beer Corona, it ended up having the same name of this virus that's going around and affecting everybody. And in return, it affected their money and their dollars because people were finding it bad. But then you put Snoop Dogg in a commercial rapping about Corona, like saying little rhymes in the Corona commercial. Now it's hip to drink Corona again. And now if you look at their stocks, they're going way back up. And it's very simple. To just adding that celebrity thing that makes people feel comfortable again. It's almost like a family member, like, hey, it's okay, look at me. I'm in front of you. You can see me, I'm doing it, and I'm alive. I'm okay, and it's all right. And that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, and I just want to add that seeing Snoop on those commercials, I'm just like, man, he is living the dream out in that beach. I'm just like, this is what we all need to get back to. So it definitely has that effect. I'm actually craving a Corona after this call. Last question for you, Cleet, real quick. You got a celebrity on board. You got a deal together. How does a brand maximize that to ensure that they're getting the maximum return on investment? Because these type of deals, they might be expensive, right? So how do you get the most from your celebrity?
Well, for one, I find out what my celebrity demographic is. Like, where does he have a stronghold at? You know, and also find out, like, is it Instagram, and how are people engaging with the things that they're posting? And with all of those things, you know, you go and get the math and you get the numbers, and then you build a calculator. And you have to know how to put all of those numbers in a calculator to see how many people, what is the percentage of people buying things and products that he's putting up there already. And then you have to say, all right, now we're going to add this amount of marketing on top of that. And then minus that from the little stigmatism that goes along with it being cannabis, is a calculator that we built that is, you know, we can't talk about that right now, but if you know how to use the calculator, is a way for you to make sure that you're going to get your money back and feel real comfortable about it. Because when you see numbers and facts, it helps a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add to that, how the deal is structured, right? Are they just your ambassador? Are they just posting on their social media, or just
no?
Are they just doing it?
And the main thing, and this is the difference about having a celebrity ambassador and having an influencer. So the celebrity that you want to get, you want to make sure that people are seeing them always using the product. They are always promoting the product. They always have the product on them. There's a big difference between having an ambassador and an influencer. And that influencer is the person that's really doing it, and he has his finger on the pulse of the neighborhoods and his demographic. And they are watching him, and they're watching everything that he's doing because they want to dress like him. They want to drink what he's drinking. They want to Ciroc. People love Puffy. They want to drink that vodka. And when you see all the other celebrities that he have promoting it, it makes you want to do it. So it's a difference between an ambassador and an influencer, and knowing that difference also helps with money and getting your money back, your ROI.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well
And yeah, definitely. And just to add to that, whatever agreement you go into it with them has to reflect that, right? If you want them to just be an ambassador and influencer, that contract's going to look very different than them having an equity stake in your company and actually being within the company to help you build it. And there's a significant difference in that, from the deal structure to the terminology of these contracts. So it's very important to get legal counsel and make sure that the contracts are fair and that they're honest and that they're straightforward about what the brand is bringing to the table and then what the artist is or the celebrity is bringing to the table.
Exactly.
I just have 2 minutes. I just have 2 minutes.
Joe, we actually got to wrap it up.
Okay.
So my apologies, but I just want to say,
No, it's all good. Hey, man, I know.
But thank you everyone being here, and I'm really happy you guys talk about the difference between, you know what, you're right, get out the calculator. You know what? We all have a calculator on this lovely thing called a phone, a smartphone. And I'm really happy you brought the difference between ambassadors versus influencers. We actually had a client who did hemp pre-rolls, and they got David East to just be an influencer. That's it. Not the ambassador, but just an influencer for a set period of time. They did very well. So everyone here, I see that Canvas Ventures, you guys put all your email contact in the chat room. Once again, make sure when you look at the chat room, you hit all panelists and all attendees. Joe and everyone else here, thank you so much. I encourage everyone, especially if you're selling a product, getting influencers and ambassadors can really help your product. But as was stated before, it comes down to the financials. It comes down to what kind of celebrity, ambassador versus influencer you're looking for and what type of return on investment. So once again, Joe, thank you so much. And everyone, that wraps up our panelist discussion for today. And now what we're going to do is hopefully everyone enjoyed all the speakers. I encourage everyone here to reach out to everyone on LinkedIn, send them an email, do follow-up phone calls. I always tell people if it takes more than 3 emails or 3 text messages, pick up the phone and call. You'll be amazed when you get done in a 10-minute conversation than 20 text messages or 20 emails. And you'll be amazed. People ask, even myself, like, Dr. David, what's one of the keys to your success? I go, I pick up the phone and I talk. And the irony is that I was actually born with severe verbal apraxia. And I only used to be able to hum words. I went to a speech therapist when I was 24 years old. So pick up the phone, call. So let's get now to the next parts. We are now going to switch over to the investor pitch competition. Now, once again, Tracy Ryan was supposed to be the host for today, and I, Dr. David, was going to just be the moderator for the investor pitch competition. Unfortunately, Tracy's not feeling too well. We send her positive vibes, positive energy. Hopefully she feels good sooner rather than later. If you're just tuning in now to the investor pitch competition, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reintroduce myself very quickly. Once again, my name is Dr. David Cunic. I've been in the cannabis sector for over 10 plus years. I've been in the medical field for over 18 years, and I've been a business owner for over 20 years. I actually did work with a former general manager of an NFL football team, and when he read my history, he kind of joked around. He's like, Dr. David, you're the triple-headed dragon. I'm very blessed to say I've taken a company public. I've raised a lot of capital over the last 10 plus years for cannabis and non-cannabis companies. But enough about that. Let's sit here and let's go over the gist for today. Today, we're going to be having our investor pitch competition. Welcome everyone and all our presenter companies. Welcome, and all our judges. Welcome today for being here. I'm very, very excited to announce that we have 8 investor judges. Why do I bring this up? Is that these investor judges have experience. If you're a presenting company, pay attention to what their constructive criticism is. What will happen here is that uses constructive criticism to help your pitch get even better. And if you can make your pitch even better, that will go a long way to try to get you that investment capital that you need. We have 8 companies that are presenting today. And I want to bring up a really key fact here about the investor hot seat. Over the last 4 months, the investor hot seat has had over 600, I repeat, over 600 companies register for this event. Today, we have 8 companies sitting here who will be presenting. So let's go over the schedule. I will remind you, if you could, just make sure you put yourself on mute so people don't hear your background noise. The investor pitch competition will be approximately 2 hours long in length. The goal for the investor pitch competition is for investors to learn about these investment opportunities and to connect companies from different sectors of the industry who are seeking additional sources of capital, as well as in the hunt for new investors. As I already mentioned, today we're going to be watching 8 innovative companies present their investment opportunity to a panel of experienced investor judges seeking these investment opportunities. At the end of the 8 presentations, the investor judges will decide which they feel is the best company that presented. So what will happen is that we will have approximately 12 minutes per company. It's recommended that the companies do about 6 minutes of presenting and leave 6 minutes for Q&A. The judges will only have 1 vote. I repeat, the judges will only have 1 vote at the end of the competition on who they can vote for. Before I continue on, though, after the investor competition, it's very important to realize we also have a networking event after this. With this networking event we have after, I recommend all the participants, all the investor judges, all the accredited investors who are here listening in to attend the Zoom networking events. Remember, it's called networking. You need to work when you network. And you'll be amazed how many new potential investor leads you will get by networking. So with that being said, make sure you submit your questions on the chat room, okay? And the questions put in the chat room, make sure you put all panelists and all attendees. I had a few people already today send me some questions and they say, why aren't the participants responding? I go, because you only sent me the message. So make sure you select all attendees and all panelists. As a reminder, if you're wondering who's presenting today, if you want any information about myself or the panelists or any of these investor judges, make sure you go to the website, investorhotseat.com. Once again, investorhotseat.com. So with that being said, we're going to now do a quick introduction to all our investor judges. Investor judges, I have a timer here. You have 90 seconds to do your intro about yourself. If you go over your 90 seconds, I will do a light dong for you. Okay, so the very first person I'm going to introduce for our investor judges, who I'd like to give the floor to first, is Adam Remis, CPA, president and founder of YourCannaCFO.
Hi, David. Thank you, everyone, for joining today. It's going to be a very exciting presentation. My name is Adam Remis. I'm a CPA for 25 years. Last couple just focused on the cannabis, hemp, and CBD markets. I own and manage a YourCannaCFO as a company, and we help companies provide solutions from an accounting, tax, and CFO perspective. In addition, we've started out a brand new CFO magazine specifically to the financial executives and investor community called CannaCFO. So if you'd like more information about that, please reach out. Thank you, David.
Adam, please if you could put that link in the chat. I know for myself, even my investors, I think that'd be a great publication for us to listen. So if you can maybe put that out there, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
And
Adam,
it
already has over 120,000 opted-in subscribers because it's going to be part of the Investor Canna magazine group. So it's going to be a very large publication, and we're starting up here in the next couple of weeks.
Great. Excellent. I appreciate that, Adam. I look forward to you putting that information in the chat room. The next person who I would like to introduce, and by the way, Adam, thank you for saying under 90 seconds, is Carol Ortega, Managing Director of Muisca Capital Group.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carol Ortega. I'm originally from Bogota, Colombia. I work in California, and we cover pretty much all the Americas. I'm the founder of Latino Investment Summit. We are here very excited to hear all the initiatives in order to bring some capital from Latin America and other regions in the world from our accredited investors network. Thank you, Brad, for inviting me. Great event. Congratulations.
Great. And thank you for being here. And just really quick, Carol, where are you based out of right now?
Right now, I'm in Bogota. Due to the quarantine, but we are headquarters in Los Angeles. And, we are empowering our communities, bringing the Latino communities into the industry, supporting them. And also, there's a lot of wealth in Latin America that is interesting right now in investing in essentials. And we are now an essential industry. So there's a lot of opportunity to bring money from Latin America as well and create wealth for everyone.
Excellent. And this is, and if you missed the beginning of today's event, something I mentioned is that we have people from all over the world here, from numerous countries, and from John Nemanic, doing stuff in Canada, U.S., South America, Carol doing stuff here in the U.S., also in Latin America. This is another reason why to check out this event. Or to even, if you're a company looking for funding, you might want to go and maybe apply to have your company present here, especially if you're a company based out of Latin America. You have a lot of investors looking in that area. The next person I like to introduce, and once again, they'll have 90 seconds to introduce himself, is Jeffrey Glick, CEO of Start You Up.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jeff Glick. I'm the founder of Start You Up. We're basically an outsourced CFO firm. My background in cannabis is I was CFO of a private equity fund that invested in cannabis. And also I was the CFO of a SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Corporation, where we took a cannabis company public late last year. They have operations in Colombia, and through a Canadian holding company, they were able to get on the NASDAQ here in the United States. Really excited about the opportunities in the industry and love to hear what everybody has to say. As I said, CPA, worked for Solomon Brothers, Merrill Lynch. I did M&A for them. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much. And once again, we talked about management teams, and something that we're happy that Jeff is here, because sitting here taking a company to go public, working on international companies, he's a great ally to have here and to be an investor judge. Jeff, thank you again for being here. The next person, the man, the myth, the legend. If you're not connected to him on LinkedIn, I would highly recommend. He's always posting great content. John Nemanic, partner of Green Coast Capital.
Sorry about that. I forgot to unmute. I had some background noise here. David has already done a wonderful introduction of myself. Just check me out on LinkedIn. I just want to say that I feel very privileged to be here. And by the way, Dave, you're doing a fantastic job. Seriously, people don't understand how challenging it is to actually host this type of event. And for you to do it basically on last minute's notice, you have my deep respect.
Appreciate that, John. Much love. Thank you so much. And John, because you got a few extra seconds, really quick, could you just tell the audience in less than 25 seconds some unique sectors you're looking at right now?
I'm actually invest in a lot of different areas. I've been doing a lot of mining, private placements. I've been looking at cannabis private placements as well. And another area I've been focused on is psychedelics.
Great, excellent. And I'm happy you brought up the psychedelics part, because that's something where we're seeing a lot of people almost investing in both cannabis and that psychedelic region as well too. The next person I'd like to introduce as our investor judge is Kevin Clancy, managing partner of Clancy Consulting. Thank you for being here today, Kevin.
My pleasure, my pleasure. My name's Kevin Clancy. I'm happy to be here. Appreciate the invite from Brad. I've worked closely with the ArcView Group, not only providing controller services for their company, but also vetting projections and financial analysis for the various companies that come through their pipeline. And then I've worked closely as well with Armanino LLP CPA firm that I have some close ties with. So I'm really here to just kind of get an idea of what these companies have to offer and see if I can offer some constructive advice.
And Kevin, I appreciate you saying that, constructive advice, because people forget when you're raising capital, there's less than a 4% success rate. So think about it, for every 100 people you're pitching to, you'll be lucky to get 4 people. So you know what? It's all about constructive criticism. And if you say no, it's always nice to learn why someone said no, so that company can learn from it and maybe make the proper edits. The next person I'd like to introduce as an investor judge is Noble Drakon. And I apologize if I mispronounce the last name. And Noble's the managing director of Drakon Capital Partners. You there, Noble? Noble, we're gonna come back to you. It's all good. The next person, I'm proud to say, is a friend of mine. I met him in Philadelphia a few years ago. I always enjoy talking with him because he always brings a different perspective. So I always learn something. I'd like to introduce Scott Berman, principal of the Panther Agency.
Thank you, David, and thank you for Brad setting this up. I agree, David, you're doing a great job. Really enjoying the moderator. So co-founder of the Panther Group. Since 2014, we've made about 35 investments in the cannabis space, about 22 different sectors. So plant touching, ancillary, fintech, trade shows. We really like to look at everything. We have about 500 deals on our folder that we look at regularly. So we study the space very carefully. We also have a consulting business. You can find out more at institutionalcannabis.com. On the About Us page, it shows all of the companies that we're invested in. My background is in digital marketing, so we also offer digital marketing solutions to the industry. Be happy to chat with anybody about that too. Thanks again for having me. Look forward to the pitch.
Great. And Scott, I appreciate talking about also the digital side of things. And, you know, one thing that people people forget is that us investor judges, we talk to one another offline. You know, we'll sit here, and if a deal comes across our table that we might have a couple questions about, we might reach out to someone. I'm proud to say that I've touched base with Scott numerous times over some deals where I want his perspective on it or his group's perspective. And that's where it comes down to networking, getting to know one another, and really using a multidisciplinary approach we talked about earlier today. The next person, once again, his constructive criticism is always spot on. It's someone I've gotten to know better over the last 18 months. Terry Buffalo, CEO of the American Cannabis Company. Terry, thank you so much for being an investor judge today. Why don't you tell us a little about your background?
Thanks, David, for having me here. And thank you, Brad, for having me back on the show again today, or the event. I spent about 25 years in the investment business. I worked on Wall Street. I ran and owned brokerage firms. In 2013, I decided to leave that area. In 2015, I found the cannabis space. I joined the American Cannabis Company in 2016. I'm currently the CEO. The company is a publicly traded consulting company trading on the OTCQB. We provide seed to sell solutions and also products to the cannabis and hemp industry. And recently we are looking at acquisitions in the plant touching space. And I'm glad to be here today, and that's what we're looking for. And again, thanks, Brad, for having me back.
Thank you for being here, Terry. And Terry, I think it's great that it's interesting, even just reading the chat room right now, you're getting a lot of love. People saying big follower for you. You always have great content. And once again, the power of LinkedIn. To all the judges, please make sure you pay attention to each company. Okay, you remember each judge, you get one vote. Now to the audience and to the participants, at the very end, after all 8 companies present, will pop up in the chat room is a survey where you will be able to vote yourself, because there'll be an audience winner, and then there will also be a winner selected by the judges. Also, too, please bear in mind, for the presenting companies, you have a total of 12 minutes. For the judges, raise your hand if you have a question. We have to make sure we stick to our format. So with that being said, I think we're going to move on now to our first presentation, which is Richard Ehrlich, COO of Iconic Wellness and Provisioning. Richard, are you there? And are you ready to kick this off?
Sure. Can everyone hear? Well, can you hear me, David?
Yep, I can hear you.
Great. Okay, here we go. I'd like to welcome you to the Iconic Wellness and Provisioning Investor presentation. My name is Richard Ehrlich, and I'm one of the 3 founding members of Iconic. It's important to understand my extensive experience in representing investors personifies my allegiance to all shareholders. We carefully constructed our capital structure to give investors a special opportunity. Cannabis is becoming mainstream. 39 states have legalized medical cannabis, and 15 of the 39 states are legalized for adult use. Over 270 million Americans live in states that permit the use of medical cannabis, and 93 million are permitted for adult use. Legal U.S. cannabis revenues were $12.4 billion in 2019, $16.3 billion in 2020, and expected to approach over $30 billion by 2024. The legal U.S. cannabis industry will eventually be larger than the alcohol industry. The political landscape continues to make major strides to benefit the cannabis industry. If you don't use cannabis, at least consider investing in it. Iconic Wellness and Provisioning LLC is a fully integrated co-location cannabis company starting with our licenses in the state of Michigan. We are finishing up the balance of our friends and family round with the $700,000 remaining out of the $3 million round. Our pre-money valuation is $7 million. We are currently fully funded to open our dispensary this spring. Construction will commence in a couple of weeks. For Iconic Wellness and Provisioning, I deliberately mention our dispensary will be opened in a few months. Our capital structure is methodically tied in with our business plan, with placing our investors first. This means from day one, we're enhancing shareholder value as opposed to growing into a valuation. Almost 100% of our two-tiered capital raise of $10 million will be applied to our tangible assets. Opening our dispensary first is the quickest way to optimize efficiency with an operating capital structure priority. Plain and simple, your company needs to start off on the right foot for investors to see how they can make money. Who is Iconic Wellness and Provisioning? We have a nucleus of 3 managing members. Kevin Beebe is an experienced grower cannabis operator. Daniel Chilowich is a lawyer by trade, serial entrepreneur, and a cannabis operator. And my background is on the investment management and banking side. The management team also has a chemistry that dates way before Iconic. Iconic is a fully integrated co-location cannabis business. I emphasize fully integrated co-location since this is the building block of our company, but truly needs to be explained in detail. What I mean by this, so let me give you a few bullet points. Although cannabis is legal in Michigan, each municipality needs to opt in on their own. Currently, 20% of municipalities have opted in, leaving tremendous upside for expansion in the 10th largest state in our country. Additionally, each municipality creates their own mandates, which limiting licenses and placing zoning restrictions. That being said, selecting a site for our facility had many considerations. We believe our property in Sturgis, Michigan provides us the perfect platform to succeed. Our 7-acre facility in Sturgis, Michigan, provisioning, which is our dispensary, cultivation, and processing. It's unique. As we span the entire state, being very selective and particular with our needs, we're able to find the exact demographics we wanted while staying true to our business model. To whet your appetite a little, we have an early mover advantage covering a large radius with limited competition, barriers to entry advantage, and certainly economies of scale on a 7-acre facility. We're strategically located 2 miles away from the Indiana border. Cannabis is currently illegal in Indiana. Sturgis has a thriving business community, including an Abbott Laboratory manufacturing facility with 1,000 employees. Although our bread and butter is focused on our grow operation and initially set for 1,000 plants with plenty of space for additional capacity, having your headquarters, flagship dispensary, your grow operation, and processing all together is not an easy accomplishment. We have done that. At this point, I have a short video of the rendering of our dispensary to share with you, and I'll go over a few pages in our deck. Let me share my screen. Hopefully I won't take too long doing this. And I'll start off with the video. This will be about 45 seconds. I'll be quiet so everyone can take this in. Okay, I hope that didn't put anyone to sleep. By the way, we're making the dispensary pretty large to accommodate social distancing. Let me now get to our next slides. Second.
You have 6 minutes left.
Okay, great. I probably need 2 more minutes and we'll open up to Q&A. Move to page 4. Here's an aerial view mock-up of our facility. This is a little story, a true story I want to share with you, maybe get a little chuckles out of it. So a potential investor was looking at this page and he was able to envision the magnitude of our operation. He proceeded to say to me, I'm confused. Is your pre-money valuation 7 million or is it 70 million? So I'm reiterating that our pre-money valuation is only $7 million. I'm going to skip to page 13. On this page, I'd like to point out where Sturgis, Michigan is. See the bottom, the red area that says Sturgis and the arrow? So this, just Sturgis is relative to other dispensaries with a 45-mile radius between us. That's pretty significant. We're also, as you can see at the bottom, is Indiana right below us, which another page will depict that. On this page, this gives you a little more of location history, a little more of the demographic. The picture on the right, I kind of like this because as you can see, all the restaurants, all the fast food restaurants, are a great town to be in, especially if you're coming from the munchies. Hope everyone chuckled there. Now this next
You have a little less than 4 minutes left. That
Thanks,
includes for
David.
Q&A, Rich.
Thanks. So 810 Broader Street on this picture, we're only 2 miles away from the Indiana state line and major highways and roadways connecting both. I'm going to skip to page 17. Here's our financial projections. Best way to conceptualize our earnings potential is to focus on the cost of around $450 to produce 1 pound. And the current retail price of a pound split into various products and quantities comes to about $8,000 a pound currently. So if you do the math, several pounds of cannabis makes a lot of money. Page 21. Is
Rich, you're now down to 2 minutes if you want to
okay,
ask
is our
questions.
exit strategy. As I said before, our capital structure and business model is key. This provides us the flexibility for many exit options for all shareholders. So now I will open this up to the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Rich. So for the judges, I cannot see you right now currently the way the screen is, but feel free to go ahead. And who has a question for Rich? You know what? I'm gonna ask the quick question. Why so close to Indiana? Why'd you pick that?
Well, David, initially, I guess the beginning cannabis players, they went to Detroit, they went to Ann Arbor, and they went to East Lansing. And that's probably where I would have went to a year and a half ago. But that's getting a little saturated. And a lot of these larger companies have also some cash constraints with them right now. So we thought we'd have to really think outside of the box. And although our grow can enable us, and we're seed to sale, so we can go out to many other cities within Michigan all throughout, especially when only 20% have opted in so far. But establishing our first headquarters should be special. We're really trying to make this a big impact initially. So being next to Indiana, where they're not legalized, can really cha-ching the register, so to speak.
Richard, this is Adam Remis. I have a question.
Sure. We have about 1 minute left. So just ask your question though, Adam, please.
280E taxes really are a huge impact here. And I noticed that cultivation manufacturing was lagging behind the storefront. Did you think about maybe reversing your strategy and doing cultivation manufacturing first?
Right. So that's,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with our capital structure, you want to really start the business as quick as you can possibly do. You want to start revenues. You want to reduce your burn rate. The best way to do that is to focus on the operation that is the path to the least resistance, that's going to open up the quickest with the least amount of capital and give you some good cash flow so when you're building out your grow operation, you don't have to dilute too much when you're raising the money. On the 280E side, we're fortunate enough where we're fully integrated, right? So our co-location fully integrated, we're able to take advantage of a lot of tax issues there. So it's not perfect. Anyone that knows 280 is not perfect, but us having it together, and we're also doing the grow basically a couple of months behind the dispensary. So we're really not going to have an issue within this tax year.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich, for presenting today. I really do appreciate it. Full disclosure, we actually have several of our investors who've looked at his presentation, have actually met with Rich. But before we go on to our next presentation, which is Grow Bright, I am proud to announce that our last investor judge made it in time for Iconic Wellness's presentation. Noble, I'm sorry you had a little issues, but Noble, I would like to introduce you once again from Dracon Capital Partners. And Noble, if you could just give 60 seconds or less, a little introduction about yourself.
Hey guys, my name is Noble Dracon. I'm with Dracon Capital Partners. I've been raising capital for 28 years, and we have a website called the Accredited Investor Journal, which we send out and to a database of over 900,000 accredited investors, projects, ideas, as well as we do full interaction. I'm also a personal investor. I help startups find capital as well as we make investments directly. So happy to be here. And we're full spectrum. We've worked in the cannabis industry for the last 20 years, actually, when the big places to play were up in Northern California and Humboldt. So happy to be here.
Noble, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Noble, I'm the tying vote. I'm the tiebreaker. So I'm very happy you're back on because one of the unique things here is we always want to make sure we have 8 investor judges, where myself, the moderator, I'm the tie-breaking vote. And hopefully that does not happen today. So thank you again for being here. Richard Ehrlich, COO of Iconic Wellness and Provisioning. He's put his information in the chat room. So if anyone has any questions or want to reach out or get the full investor deck, and learn more about the opportunity, you can reach out to Iconic Wellness. As you already mentioned, they've already raised a significant amount of capital. So now the next person I'd like to introduce is David Drutz, CEO of Grow Bright. David, the floor is all yours for the next 12 minutes. Friendly reminder, 12 minutes is for your presentation and for questions. Make sure you get that constructive feedback from the judges. And the floor is all yours, David.
There we go. Thank you, David, and thank you, Brad, for organizing this great event. My name is David Drutz. I'm CEO of Grow Bright Biotech Incorporated. Over the past 4 years, I've been CEO of a THC company, which we took public in 2017, and since then, president of a THC hemp CBD consulting company. It didn't change. Just try and change the slide there. I apologize. There, nope. Yes, that's it. Sorry. How many of you or someone you know were affected positively or negatively in the 2019 hemp harvest? I'm sure a lot of you are now shaking your head going, oh yeah, I've been there. And that's exactly what Grow Bright really started to become 2 years ago when we first invested in the industry. 2019 harvest, as we all may know, was really a real shock to the farmers, investors alike, and the challenges of growing, harvesting, processing, extracting hemp on a large scale were truly evident. The 2020 harvest showed that in the industry still has a great deal to learn about this whole process. Right now, there's a stronger demand than ever for high quality THC CBD extracts in high volumes. Many farmers and companies that were caught with large quantities of biomass who are unable to process, dry, extract, and do anything with it are then caught and forced to lose a lot of money. The solution is Grow Bright. Innovative technology and consciously designed process from seed to sale to scale. Our patentable technology advancements in TFE systems will allow us to improve high quality volumes in remediation at the same time. Our module labs enable us to flexibility to expand and relocate our facilities at low cost. The market opportunity we all know very well. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, But as we all know, it's only growing. There's setbacks, there's problems, but the market is going to continue to grow. At GrowBright, our mission is to consciously craft hemp-derived products from seed to CBD. We are setting new standards of quality and enabling our partners to deliver industry-leading products to their customers. GrowBright is a CBD company with patentable Freon technology that delivers high-quality oils at scale. Our business model eliminates the risk of farming and allows us to set up GrowBright on-site labs at any location with minimal investment and infrastructure required. We are focused on processing, extracting, and remediating biomass and can deliver top-shelf 100% THC products to our clients throughout the US and internationally. Through Freon extraction, our oil has a broader array of cannabinoids, even if using lower quality hemp. Our unique and gentle process to capture sensitive components normally lost through ethanol and CO2 extraction methods are captured. Terpenes are fundamental to the perceptive experience of CBD oils. Our technology and I'm sorry, gentlemen, I am reading this to stay on time. Our technology and specifically tuned to ensure that the synergistic aromas are preserved for the flower and give the depth and complexity to expertise that we've added. This means our products have a faster and noticeable effect. Since our labs are on our partners' facilities, GrowBright can help grow, identify, and procure the highest quality CBD flower and biomass possible. We can then process it on demand to guarantee the absolute best representation of the plant. Lastly, using Freon technology, we are able to remove any THC without any degradation to the product, allowing us to sell 100% THC-free CBD oil. We have multiple significant revenue streams that reflect services from seed to sale. Our GrowBright on-site model requires low capex, minimal investment, and we can easily set up and move at short notice. Our innovative approaches will result in the development and benefits of high quality and high yield CBDs from hemp. GrowBright on-site labs will also be ISO and GMP certified and can easily be configured to our partners' needs. Lead times right now, we will be setting up within 8 weeks. This is a key to our exit strategy, which is pharma. Production will be required and ISO GMP certified facilities will be very attractive to large scale productions of high quality CBD products. As for our current partnerships, we have signed an LOI with an international engineering company and manufacturing firm to help develop patentable enhancements to the Freon extraction technology. We will be using this machinery in our facilities as well as making them available across North America. We have currently signed an LOI to set up our first lab in Vermont for remediation with an agricultural group called Green Top Farms.
David, 6 minutes left.
Great. All right, I'm moving quick. Right now we're currently negotiating a letter of intent with a lab out of Colorado, and that's it. I'm going to just skip really quickly to background of our team. My partner, David Johnson, who currently runs and operates a licensed THC extraction facility in Colorado. Our COO, lots of technology. Our operations has set up over 20 facilities in the THC and hemp industry. And Cody is a very, very talented grower. Revenue, real quickly, we're projecting revenues of 2.5 million in year one, starting end of March, which will be the first month of production. And with the second year and third year being 11 to 17 million respectively. Our EBITDA in year one is 1.2 million, second year 6.4, and third year 10.5. And you can see it right there. Long story short, we're looking to raise funds to finance the operations in Vermont and Colorado. 65% of the $1 million would go directly to capital expenditures, and the rest will for operations. And we've already raised $200,000. I'm sorry for going over.
No, it's okay. You know what, David, it's fine. So we got a little less than 4 minutes left. So judges, what questions do you have for David and for Grow Bright?
May I lead?
Yes, Jeff. Actually, John, you go first, then Jeff, Glick, you go second, okay?
Okay. Very quickly, I'm intrigued by your patentable Freon technology. Other than the fact that Freon can blow holes through the stratosphere if you manage it properly, it's actually it would seem to me an excellent alternative to ethanol, which I don't have to explain what the dangers of that is. And as for CO2 extraction, well, everybody thinks that that's safe, doesn't really understand CO2 extraction. So how you mentioned that it's patentable, and to me that's intriguing. On what basis do you make that statement?
Okay, two things. Freon is completely non-combustible.
Yes.
In the use, and it's environmentally. So it's a sealed system. So there's no,
Okay.
so ISO, there's no certification, no combustibility, no level 7, no level that. Second of all, what we're going for with the patent, of course, Freon systems have been around 40 years. What we're doing is Freon has never been used. Hemp or THC is a very tough plant to extract. So what we've done is with the Freon, we figured out how to do it. But it's very inefficient. If you look at our revenue models, we're making a lot of money, but based on very low volumes, because to remediate and to do, it's slow. So right now we're having them develop a system that does 5 times what we can do in one machine.
Great, excellent.
Great.
And is it patentable? I'm pretty sure we have something there that absolutely.
So David, let's because we have about 2.5 minutes left.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. This is why it's really important, that we always want to leave enough time for Q&A. Jeff, you had a question. Jeff, what is your question for David?
Yeah, it's more of a comment. Great presentation. Makes a lot of sense. I just find that if I'm at a pitch meeting like this or elevated type of event, people invest in people. And I don't think you're hitting the facts that you've done this before. This is what and my team have done in the past. We took X to X. We got this EBITDA. We sold for Y. That's what investors want to hear. That's what's going to get them to get into your details more than anything, I think.
I agree 100%. What we're doing here is, as you said, we've already done. Everybody has done in part or in whole this whole method. We're just setting it up.
Right, but tell me that. I want to know.
I now seeing that. I'm seeing what you're saying, and I'm not showing that. I haven't explained our past experience.
That's people, just to reiterate, people invest in people.
Yep.
And am I going to give you my money, and are you going to return it and be a fiduciary of my money?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Okay.
Great. We have about a minute left. Noble, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a quick question. So David,
great, Noble, all you. You're the last question for David. All right.
Yeah, awesome. So Jeff, I piggyback on Jeff's statement 100%. I've been doing nothing but raising capital for 28 years, so I'm with him. But the question I have is, people send me all the time equipment that they're selling because they're converting didn't work. They failed, and right now there's a glut of equipment on sale. Who is buying your CBD? I've been on the board of Marijuana Company of America. I've been on board of several companies, but who's buying your end product? And do you have those contracts in place to make sure that your pipeline is fully complete?
So first of all, we're converting, everything's being converted straight to a high quality oil, which we hired a company to do a study on the market that on the volumes that we're creating, we probably will not even leave the THC vape market. We're not doing that much volume. With the pet food industry, the nutritional pet food industry, all requiring THC-free, high-quality oils. And as you know, there's a shortage. It's not really, I don't mean this in any arrogance, but I mean in the sense that if we make it, there are customers for the product. We've made sure of that, but nobody, as you know, will not sign a letter without, here's my product. They're just not going to. But we have 70 companies from that study that said they'd like to see the product.
Thank you, David, for the presentation today. Noble, Jeff, John, thank you for the questions. Really do appreciate it. Once again, David, please put your information in the chat room. Please make sure you do all panelists, all attendees. If anyone has any follow-up questions, make sure to put that in there. The next company I would like to introduce, I'll be presenting is Gregg Rovner, CEO of Healy. So Gregg, the floor is yours. Remember, you have a total of 12 minutes. Make sure you try to leave 6 minutes left for Q&A so you can get as much feedback as possible to see the level of interest from these investor judges. And the floor is all yours, Gregg.
Thank you very much. Assuming that you could see my deck on the screen.
Correct, yes.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Yes, thank you for the intro. My name is Gregg Rovner. I am the co-founder and CEO of Healy. We started Healy in 2017 with the purpose of providing access to trusted alternative medicine service providers. Since our launch, we have tripled our revenue year over year. In 2020, we generated almost $5 million in gross sales on the platform, which is worth around $1 million in net revenue to us. We are raising our Series A to become the leading SaaS company for cannabis and alternative medicine businesses. And here's our story. Healthcare is changing at an incredible pace. This has been vastly accelerated by COVID. The companies that are digitizing healthcare today command incredibly high valuations since more and more people are ready to embrace telemedicine. In 2019, almost $100 billion was invested into the telemedicine space. In 2020, since COVID, non-urgent telemed visits spiked over 4,000%. The problem is that alternative medicine has been left behind. The solutions that exist today are geared towards hospitals, urgent care, and primary care facilities. They are expensive and they do not provide all of the features that alternative businesses require in order to operate. We launched Healy because 88 million Americans spend $100 billion on alternative medicine every year. And we believe that we can capitalize on this opportunity. Let's take a closer look at our market. We've identified 94,000 alternative medicine businesses in the United States with this exact problem. Since currently the average business pays around $40,000 per year to use our platform, we get to a direct TAM of 3.7 billion. Now, here are some of the businesses that are actually a perfect fit for our platform. Cannabis clinics, ketamine and psychedelic clinics, dispensaries and other retailers, NLP coaches, nutritionists, and much more. We solved the problem for them by providing a telehealth SaaS platform that brings alternative medicine businesses online in a fashion very similar to what MindBody did for yoga and fitness. We do this by providing a platform that streamlines the core functions necessary: telemedicine, marketing, data management, and e-commerce, thereby cutting costs and increasing revenues for our customers. Let's dive into the ROI a little bit. The average customer pays around $3,000 per month to use our platform. But as you can see, the benefits vastly outweigh the costs. They are able to generate additional revenue by having access to a larger patient pool. They save around $4,000 per month in admin fees because of the streamlined workflow we provide. By combining the software of Calendly, Dr. Kronos, Stripe, DocuSign, they are able to save about $1,000 per month on software subscriptions, all by deploying our easy-to-use, all-in-one solution. Healy also provides built-in marketing automation, which is something that your average alt-med provider has no idea about. Businesses that deploy Healy receive an ROI of about 270%, or about $9,000 in monetary value. Let's take a look at a few examples of our customers. Dr. Cheryl deployed Healy for her clinic in 2017 because she wanted to create an online offering for her patients. Her clinic has been growing 25% year over year as a result. She is using Healy for our video conferencing, marketing, and e-commerce in order to power her business. Dr. Milanis was able to launch Rejuve IV from the ground up in less than 30 days exclusively through the use of our platform. Milanis uses Healy to manage payments, scheduling, and his data. These two customers are not just isolated cases. They reflect our product market fit. With 112% dollar net expansion rate, clinics actually grow by deploying our software. 4 years and 40 customers later, we have already been able to bring 300,000 patients into our ecosystem. Our business model is incredibly simple. We take an average of 20% of each transaction on the platform, which leads us to the following unit economics. Our fully loaded customer acquisition cost is $16,000, and it takes us about 5 months to recover that cost. We are projecting a churn of 1.5% monthly, which gets us to a lifetime value of $240,000, which is a 15-to-1 ratio against our customer acquisition cost. We grow by targeting the 94,000 alternative medicine businesses that we identified. We get prospects into our funnel by using our digital marketing strategy, and then they're converted by our salespeople at approximately 1 customer per month. And to keep them on the books, we provide additional features based on customer feedback to further simplify and grow their business. This is our competitive landscape. Some of our competitors are like Cario and Practice Fusion, where they provide telemedicine, EMR, and basic patient engagement solutions. Others, such as Shopify, for example, while they're not direct competitors, they're often replaced by us for e-commerce, payment processing, and other services. We do not currently have insurance billing capabilities, as you can see, but that's because our customers are cash businesses that typically do not submit insurance claims. Thank you. As you can see, we are the only platform that offers everything an alternative medicine business needs to operate, helping our customers streamline every part of the process and make more money. Here's a little bit about our team. There are 4 full-time founders. Our technical founder has a PhD in computer science, and the other 3 have long careers in entrepreneurship, operations, and sales. And in addition to our executive team, we've got incredible advisors that have scaled great companies and have had some incredible exits. As you can see by our quarterly financials, we continue to show steady and consistent growth. We ended 2020 with 42 customers, and we will triple that amount in 2021. We will sustain a 300% CAGR for the next 2 years, and following this trajectory, the Healy platform will generate over $400 million in sales and over $80 million in net revenue by 2025. And we are here today raising $5 million in capital to accelerate our growth. We've got 3.5 already in commitments and 1.5 open on the round. We will deploy these funds to hire an additional 20 salespeople. We will increase our marketing efforts, and we will upgrade our software with additional features and improved UX. By 2022, with this money, we will onboard an additional 300 customers, grow our GMV from 5 million to 57 million, and take our revenue from 1 to 11 million. Thank you very much, and I hope you'll join us.
Great. We have about 5 minutes left for Q&A. Thank you so much, Greg. Which one of the investor judges has the first question? You know what? Let's get Carol.
Okay.
We're gonna do Carol, then we're gonna do Deborah. Do you have your hand up too? So we're gonna go Carol, Deborah, Adam, Scott. All right. Let's bang them out really quick, everyone, to enough time.
Thank you. Great presentation. Can you please go again over the type of financial instrument you're offering? How much equity, if so, if it's a convertible note you're offering? Can you please let us know the details regarding that convertible note or whatever the financial instrument will be in terms of discounts, rates, and how much of your company are you offering, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So this is actually an equity raise, straight equity. This is not going to be a convertible note. And we are actually in the process of putting the final touches on the term sheet with our lead. And they are the ones that are establishing the terms. So at this point, I cannot disclose the terms of the round, but we will be able to disclose the terms in the next several days.
Great, Carol. And then Adam, what is your question?
Quick question. Excellent presentation. Excellent. You walked through not only the need, but really succinctly walked through every little piece. So bravo. In regarding to the marketing automation for your clients, can you better explain that and how that has funneled the growth for your clients?
Absolutely. So by deploying the software, they're able to immediately use all the capabilities that it has to provide. We are integrated with a few marketing automation tools. We're integrated with Twilio for their text messaging capabilities, and we're integrated with MailChimp and Mandrill for the emails. And so what happens is, first of all, the onboarding of the clinic includes the uploading of their patient base. Those patients get uploaded into the electronic medical record, and they fall into the cadence, the voice, and the messaging that we establish with our customer, the clinic, as to at what point do they receive text messages? What do those text messages say? What do the emails say? What is the message? How often do they receive an email? What services do we want to send emails out to get people back into the queue for, so that they can generate additional visits and additional revenue? So basically the platform automates the kind of drip campaigns for these clinics and makes it so that they can increase revenues through cross sales, through upsales, and through just communicating with their patients in a meaningful way and getting them back into a visit.
Great, thank you so much. Scott Berman, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Great job, great presentation. Can you talk about how the pandemic has changed the world of telemedicine? Where you guys were before, you were already heading down this road. The pandemic happened, and then what's happened since then to your company?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Scott. Well, the pandemic, I was uncertainty at first, but the pandemic obviously had a positive effect. I think it was a couple of reasons. I mean, number one, we're one of the largest platforms in the cannabis space, connecting patients to doctors that are, working with cannabinoids. And so prior to the pandemic, obviously we're focusing on telemedicine states. We had patient flow in about 6 states. And because of our business model, because of the agility of our tech, we were very well positioned to scale at the opportunity. And COVID essentially brought that opportunity all at once, to where we went from 6 states to 37 states over the period of a few weeks. States that never considered telemedicine had opened up telemedicine, and this buzz essentially tripled our revenue in 2020 and grew our patient flow to 37 states as it sits today. And this brought other opportunities. There's other verticals.
And Greg, I want to interrupt you right there, because I know that's because I want to get one last question in. Noble, you're the last question, so you can ask a question, and then Greg, you have 30 seconds to respond back to Noble's question. Okay.
Thank you.
Greg, great representation. I saw that you have a HIPAA compliant, I guess, video chat. Is the long-term goal for Healy to start actually working in traditional medicine, not just alternative? Because that's one of the biggest issues now, that a lot of people don't have HIPAA compliant video.
Yes, we're very. Our platform's agile in the sense that we could be deployed in a traditional clinic versus an alt med clinic. The platform will work the same in any circumstance. We're very heavily focused on the alternative medicine space for a variety of reasons. Obviously, it's not as saturated. We think it's a huge opportunity because people are learning about alternatives, and there's a lot of misinformation about alternatives. And our platform leads with best-in-class doctors, best-in-class products, and that creates this this credibility that drives more customers into the specific services. So we believe the opportunity is in alternative medicine, and we believe that we've got a lot of work to do within that space. Maybe the future will take us to primary care, and we'll end up powering some other types of practices. But right now, we are certainly focused on our core competency, and that is alternative medicine. Just kind of a couple points.
And Greg, I'm sorry, but listen, Greg, I'll give you credit because you're like the micro machine guy doing what you need to do. The next thing is, Greg, you need to go you need to go into the chat room because you have several more questions for you. So please make sure you check the chat room. Kevin Clancy, I know we didn't have time to get to your question, but thank you for putting the question in the chat room. So Greg, put your information in the chat room. Make sure you do all attendees, all panelists, give your contact information, as well as look at the other questions that you have. Great job, Greg. I know 12 minutes goes very, very quickly. That's why every minute over 6 minutes, we don't get as many questions. So great job. The next person I like to call that's going to be presenting is Mr. John Capolino, CEO of Tigris. John, the floor is all yours.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm trying to pull up the share, and for some reason, it doesn't want to share it right now. You know what? We'll do this without the, we don't need the special effects. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to talk about our technology company called Tigris. We have a very simple formula for success. We manufacture two products. We make an extreme acid and an extreme base. These are new chemistries that we've patented that literally have thousands of applications in multiple markets. An example is we have an acid that can be used as a disinfectant that we've tested against COVID that effectively killed COVID in less than a minute at a 5-log reduction. That means it killed COVID 99.999% more effectively than most disinfectants and certainly safer. What makes our chemistry unique is the safety aspects of the chemistry that can be used to replace hazardous chemicals. And the other thing that makes it unique is there are so many applications in so many vertical markets. So we talked a little bit about the cleaning space. We recently signed 3 contracts with international companies for $3 million up front on licensing using our chemistry as a replacement for the hazardous active ingredient typically used in disinfectants. One of the things everybody's aware of today is with COVID, people are using more disinfectants, which means more hazardous chemistry is going into the environment. And from a hand sanitizing standpoint, I don't know if you've looked at your hands lately from using all these hand sanitizers, it dries out the hands, and certainly putting hazardous chemicals and alcohol on your hands on a regular basis is not the best approach to keeping healthy. So we have an alternative chemical that can be used in disinfectant. It also is very effective in the agricultural space. We've run through this past year, we've done 42 trials in 7 states with 13 different crops. And when you add our chemical to the growing of any type of crop, we've seen increased yields in the crops of anywhere from 10 to 20%. Last year, we did about 350,000 with our ag tech subsidiary, Aqueous. We anticipate doing 2 to 3 million this year as we move forward on agricultural applications. Another application of our chemistry is used in the personal care cosmetic space. We recently completed trials with a leading manufacturer of cosmetics for leading brands like Estee Lauder and Revlon. And in the cosmetic space, we have the ability to take purified water that would typically be used to make a cosmetic formula for anything from a moisturizer to any type of tinted moisturizers or cosmetics, and have the ability to avoid using the preservatives. Because when we treat the purified water with our acid, we end up with a atmosphere where the bacteria can't grow or that grows much slower. So we end up with being able to go to manufacturers and help them make their products better. Our company mantra is better everything, and we aren't looking to go direct to consumers. We are looking to sign licensing deals on a global basis to help manufacturers eliminate the need for hazardous chemicals that are typically used and replace them with a safe alternative. So from an investment standpoint, we would be considered an environmentally or impact investment or even an ESG investment. Since we started the company, we have successfully gotten 6 patents granted with dozens of patents that come behind it. We've built a brand new factory in Detroit for under $2 million. We generate gross profit margins of 50 to 60 or 80 to 90% with EBITDA and cash flow of 50 to 60%. So a highly profitable business model with a small barrier to entry of a $2 million cost of building a factory. We're having conversations on every continent with potential strategic partners in agriculture and in cleaning and disinfecting. We're just launching in cosmetics. And then one of our more exciting opportunities is in biotech, where we see this as a potential replacement for some of the hazardous chemicals used in medical device sterilization. It has applications in wound care. And certainly we're in the process now of starting clinical trials as a therapeutic for COVID using a nebulizer. So when you look at the company, there are a lot of opportunities 95% of our energy is focused really in two areas. That's agriculture and cleaning. Our R&D team focuses across all the applications. And our structure is we bring in outside resources to help commercialize. So as we look at biotech, we'll bring in a separate biotech team that would help commercialize that product line and bring that to potential licensing partners. To date, we've raised about $12 million. Our most recent round that's currently active is a $3 million round that is 2/3 committed or funded at a $4.76 price, which is about a $100 million valuation. We recently converted our convertible notes at $75 million, which was $383. That was this past fourth quarter. And then we're looking at a larger round of $5 to $10 million in the second quarter of this year.
John.
In the second quarter of this year. So to summarize, patents in place, brand new facility, commercialized $3 million this past year, many additional licensing partners in the hopper, an incredible group of scientists and doctors who have validated the technology. We're looking for great additional investors who bring some strategic aspect to their investment. We're looking for additional licensing partners and looking for leading companies in agriculture, clean tech, and biotech. And of course, we're always looking for management as we continue to build out the team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate it. Which investor judge has a question? Raise your hand. Who'd like to go first? Scott Berman, you had your hand up first, so you go. Scott, you're muted.
Hey, John. Hi there.
Hey, Scott.
Good to see you, John. So I want to talk about the competitive landscape for what you do. Because you guys have been working in different verticals, how does that give you an advantage over folks that are trying to do this for cannabis? And who would you say are the top players in your market?
So our agricultural application, we have two applications, Scott. One is as a soil amendment to help with crop yield. So we don't compete with fertilizers or nutrients. We compete with additives. So it's a very limited additive market. It's also not very regulated. It's done on a state-by-state basis. That's allowed us to break into the market very quickly. So our strategy is always to work with potential competitors because we think we make their active ingredients work better. So it's a real advantage, not necessarily competing against nutrients, but actually enhancing the nutrients. And on a global basis, we're looking for leading agricultural companies, of which some we're talking to, that would look to license our technology, go through the regulatory process, and take it to market in their specific country.
Thank you.
Great question. John Nemanic, you had your hand up. What question do you have for John Capolino?
First of all, John, great job, by the way, on your presentation. I mean, you certainly didn't need the PowerPoint. You did just fine. I think you got a great business. My only question to you would be is what would be your anticipated exit strategy?
Yeah, we have, Ronald Reagan had trickle down economics. We have trickle up economics. So we've created subsidiaries that day one we own 100% of, like our ag tech company. And then we're going to create liquidity by either signing very large licensing deals that we can share throughout the shareholder base, take that company public through an IPO or a SPAC, or potentially sell the whole thing. So we may get an offer. For instance, Steve Johnson, who is our one of our advisors, the ex-head of the EPA under George Bush, he sits on the board of Scott Miracle-Gro. That could be a perfect partner to buy us out. So we're looking either to sell a subsidiary, go public, or sign large licensing deals to create liquidity, once again, from the bottom on up.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other judges have any other questions at all?
Yes, Noble. Yeah, maybe I missed it, John. I really like the business in a lot of ways. What was the format of the investment exactly? Is it equity, convertible note, private placement? I was trying to, maybe I missed it, but I didn't understand.
Yeah, great question. Just to give you some history, we have funded the company with virtually strategic partners and many Wall Street managers of VC funds. We have a chief investment officer from BlackRock, Goldman, Merrill. So we haven't gone the institutional route because we've only raised about $12 million. Our next round in the second quarter will be a $5 to $10 million institutional round. This current round is straight equity at $4.76 a share. And what we're in the process also, I didn't mention, we're converting to a C Corp. So this investment will convert into the LLC literally for a week or two. And then everybody will be getting common shares in a C Corp, which can provide us potential exit strategies down the road.
To piggyback on that, so the shares that we invest in, will they be preferred or common?
Common. Everybody will be in common.
John, do you have anything else to add? We have 1 minute left. Do we have any other questions from the investor judges at all? So John, I actually have a question for you, and you have 30 seconds to respond for the last question. I like how you look at several different options for liquidity events, but what's your time frame? If an investor were to give you money right now, are you expecting the liquidity to occur in 12 months, 24 months, 36, 5 years?
It's a great question, and it's something we're very focused on, because some of the original inventors are now in their late 70s, 80s, the guys that invented it that we partnered with a few years back. We're looking to get distributions into our shareholders, certainly, hopefully after a 24-month period, because we're in a growth stage right now. But that does not mean to say that an opportunity won't arise where we'll have the ability to sell a subsidiary ahead of that if we see the right opportunity. So we are very, very focused on distributions and getting liquidity to our shareholders, mainly because we owe it to our founders who invented the technology years back to make sure we get them some liquidity.
Great, John. Thank you so much. And John, you were perfect with your timing, enough time for Q&A, and we're exactly at the 12-minute mark, so kudos to you on that.
Thank
So
you,
very
guys.
good job,
It.
John. It's always a pleasure seeing you again. I remember the first time I met you, actually, I believe in the state of Maine several years ago.
It was, and then that was quite an event, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it was. So, so thank you again. Once again, John, can you please put your information in the chat room? Make sure you put all panelists and attendees. If you have any other questions, please reach out. John, I know for a fact you had at least 2 questions in there. So make sure you read the chat. The next company that's going to be presenting is Maxwell Kobe, CEO of Abstracts Tech. So Maxwell Kobe, you have 12 minutes. Please make sure, leave about 6 minutes for Q&A. As you can see, our investor judges are very engaged. And Maxwell, CEO of Abstract Tech, the floor is all yours. You're muted, Maxwell.
Thank you very much, everybody, for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you again. It's an amazing opportunity. So I'm Max Kobe. I'm the CEO, co-founder of Abstracts. We are an innovative leader of botanical terpene-based flavorings and aroma compounds. And we specialize in cannabis and botanical research of terpenes, flavors, and aromas. We're a key ingredient supplier, a strategic key ingredient supplier to some of the largest MSOs and CPG brands in both cannabis and beyond. We're helping to pioneer terpene-driven sensorial experiences that are not only helping to shape the cannabis, but also the consumer packaged goods industry. Abstracts is really a leader in the space because we've specialized in being a licensed cannabis researcher and flavor house with 2 separate facilities to leverage the diversity of terpenes and aroma compounds that exist in cannabis, but also act as functional flavorings and aromas in a variety of applications. We are the only one of our kind. We're located in California. We partner with some of the biggest brands and MSOs to study their cannabis and genetics, so that ultimately we can become one of the largest cannabis flavor and fragrance manufacturers in the entire industry by creating new and cutting edge intellectual property, analytics, and functional product formulations. I founded the company with myself. I'm a serial entrepreneur since the age of 18. I've been running my own startups for over 16 years with my business partner, Jack, as well as my brother, Kevin, who's our chief science officer. Worked at a leading material research laboratory before pioneering cannabis and won over 15 different cannabis cups through his career. We've built an amazing team of PhD research scientists, formulation chemists. One of the gals that leads our formulation dev team actually invented Hawaiian Punch. We're having a lot of fun just leveraging the compounds found in cannabis to create unique sensorial experiences. The problems that we see are unique in the industry, mainly the limitation of consumer brands to be able to research, discover, formulate, and manufacture products beyond the restrictions of state boundaries with consistency. Ultimately, consumer trust is built through targeted, repeatable, and predictable product experiences, but without the technology, research, and teams, they are in large restricted in their abilities to create brand identities, again, across state boundaries, to map the aroma profiles of the cannabis they're developing to develop quality standards. The analytical standards currently existing in the industry are lacking. And then ultimately their ability to take that research and create functional flavorings that have global scalability are the biggest issues we see in the industry. Our niche is cannabis science and botanical research. We've developed state-of-the-art technology to discover new compounds in cannabis and other botanicals, to research the function of these ingredients, and to ultimately create terpene and flavor standardization through our formulation department. Unlike other cannabis testing labs, we are a licensed R&D company. We developed our technology to be able to analyze cannabis and really pioneer exploratory research, which means that we're currently mapping over 400 compounds, including terpenes and aroma compounds in cannabis in both 2D and 3D applications. We've developed proprietary technology as well as our own analytical standards. Our company is separated into two separate manufacturing companies that allow us to capture the both cannabis and botanical ingredients. We study cannabis at Abstracts Labs and create cannabis-derived flavorings. And at Abstracts Tech, we're ISO certified food-grade manufacturing facility. We research cannabis. We create analytics to understand cannabis. We help our customers to not only develop product formulations, but finished goods. We extract the botanicals and cannabis at our facilities, and ultimately we formulate botanical terpene flavors and formulations. We offer our customers an innovation partnership to partner with them to help develop their formulations and provide lab services touching both THC, CBD, beer, alcohol, and other formulations to help them develop the ultimate spec for their product application so that they can send that to their co-packer to manufacture with our ingredients. We sell cannabis terpene extracts that we standardize through our formulation process, as well as botanically derived ingredients. Our botanically derived ingredients are distributed to over 33 countries. We had over 1,400 customers in 2020. We specialize in strain-specific, flavor-forward, isolated terpenes, as well as developing other applications, including TTB-approved terpenes, powderized applications, water solubles. We've taken our technology and applied it to both cannabis-derived ingredients, hop-derived ingredients, and hemp-derived ingredients. We have some amazing strategic partnerships with some of the leading universities, brewers, and companies in the space. We service some of the largest MSOs with exclusive supply agreements with some of the largest, including Cresco, Golden Leaf, Verano, GTI, including leading brands like Sherbinski's, Jack Hare, and even other companies like Anheuser-Busch and Sweetwater Brewing that have used our ingredients in their product applications. Some of the leading distributors in the industry represent our products, including Kushco Holdings, Marijuana Packaging, and Greenfield, which is one of the largest alcohol distributors in the nation. Like I said, we distribute over 33 countries, and every legal state will benefit from intrinsic growth with our existing MSO clients, with over 10% of our business coming from Canada. And we have emerging markets in Mexico, UK, and Asia. There's a number of different product applications for our ingredients. There's a number of opportunities to grow both within cannabis and beyond, leveraging terpene ingredients to create functional product formulations. Today, we're focused on cannabis and hemp, but really the opportunity is to be a disruptor in the supply chain for the flavor and fragrance, because we are pioneering cannabis terpene formulations. Cannabis is the most abundant source of terpenes in the entire world, yet research has been restricted, and Abstracts is the one pioneering research of these valuable aroma compounds that today contribute 36% of sales to the aroma category. Our go-to-market strategy is really focused
6 minutes left
around owning our cannabis niche, innovating new high-quality products, launching new products to address the new markets, including food and beverage and cosmetic industry, and then really owning our sales channels with our existing channel partners, distributors, sales reps, and targeted marketing. Our terpene market position is very unique. There's no one else out there that's a licensed cannabis research firm focused on flavor and fragrance formulations. We've done well developing the company from 2018 when we got established to 2020. We did $6 million in revenues. We had 1,400 customers this last year. 25% of our business in Q1 of 2020 was from MSO and key accounts, and 45%, grew to 45% in Q4. I want to open it up for questions. We're raising a total of $3 million at a $25 million valuation. And thank you very much for your time.
Great. So Max, so really quick, I'm going to ask the first question. What's the offering for the investment?
Common stock.
Okay. And minimum investment?
Today, we're just searching for our lead. There's no minimum threshold set.
Great. All right. And I'll turn over to the investor judges. Scott Berman, you had your hand up first, so you go first for your first question.
Thanks. Thank you, Max. Fascinating stuff. I'm curious about the competitive moat that you guys possess. It seems to be, you spend a lot of time on your facility and R&D, and where do you stand and how hard is it to duplicate what you've done over the last couple of years?
Thanks for asking, Scott. So a lot of it was exploratory research to develop our analytical standards to map the complexity of aroma profiles in cannabis so that we can create consistent product formulations that we can distribute elsewhere. So we've been researching cannabis for years. We've developed our own technology and licensing to do so, and a team of research scientists in order to get to this point today. We filed valuable patents on our formulations. If another competitor was to come in the space, they would have to set up licensed facilities. They'd have to develop world-class technology that only exists with abstracts in the cannabis industry, which is why we work with Sierra Nevada and others to actually analyze their hops and other botanical compounds. And the reality is that we own the relationships with a lot of these customers. It's not enough for a flavor and fragrance manufacturer to study cannabis that's old on the shelf because of the degradation of the cannabis. So we had to partner up and earn the trust of industry leaders like Sherbinski's and Jack Hare and Cookies and all these leading brands to study their cannabis fresh from the plant, and not just one. We studied 1,400 samples of different cannabis, collecting over 400 data points of every cannabis strain to develop our unique set of analytics that help us precisely recreate each one of these cannabis profiles.
Great, Maxwell. Well, what other investor judges have questions for Maxwell? Adam.
Maxwell, thank you very much. Great presentation. Can you walk us through how you came up with the $25 million valuation?
Sure, absolutely. If you look at us as a key ingredient supplier in the market at a discounted multiple to other companies and flavor houses, typically they'll be trading in anywhere from 15+ times future EBITDA. We're really set up to grow from 6 million to 12 million with our existing revenue guidance from our current clients. So we'll really benefit from intrinsic growth this year from purely a full year's revenue from existing clients, as well as some of the new market channels that we're moving into with customers like Anheuser-Busch. So today we're trying to take a modest approach to our valuation on top line revenue. We've sustained stable revenues of 6 million over the last 2 years, even inclusive of VapeGate and everything else that's happened. And so we're looking for a 3 to 4 time multiple of revenues. We are very flexible. We're looking for strategic partners. We've been fortunate enough to bring on some. And, we have some soft offers currently, but again, looking for a lead, open to being flexible.
Great. Do you have any, Jeff, you're the last question, and so let's let you ask it. Maxwell, you have about 40 seconds to answer Jeff's question. Jeff, it's all yours.
Okay, so really quick, what are the risks that an investor will have if they invest with you, and how do you plan to overcome those risks?
I would say if you're focused on the cannabis space, purely shifting regulations, we work with we actually commissioned health studies with UCR to study the safety and efficacy of terpenes and vaporizers and edible applications. We've contributed some peer-reviewed papers to the industry to help regulators put in new regulations to help protect consumer safety. And then we're also diversifying the business into food and beverage, cosmetics, and other channels. So we've really done a great job of diversifying the business. We do not have a customer concentration risk exceeding 8% this year. And I think the risk will be diversified by continued growth in additional channel markets, applying the same technology that was pioneered using cannabis.
Great.
Excellent response.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for that question. Thank you, Maxwell. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Maxwell, as someone who actually used to own several cannabis testing facilities, I think it's great what you're doing. I know it's a tough industry, tough sector to be in, but the research is really needed for the plants. Maxwell, please make sure you put your information into the chat room. To all our listeners and participants, remember, if you go to the investorhotseat.com, you can get everyone's email address, everyone's background, everyone's website information. Maxwell, I also believe you had a couple questions in there as well too. With that being said, the next person that will be here, that will be presenting is Sergio Scour. I apologize, I mispronounced the last name. CEO of Buds. Sergio, the floor is yours.
Actually, I'm the one who's going to be presenting. David.
Okay.
The pleasure to be here, but
no problem, Deborah.
Thank you. Okay. So the whole thing is left for me. So can you let me share my screen? Oh, shit. Hold on a second. How do I do this? I'd like to share my screen.
There's a share screen function on the bottom. It's green, lit up with an arrow pointing up.
Hold on. Okay. Okay. Got it. Can you see it? I'm gonna start with the presentation as a small film, and then I'm gonna explain the platform.
You can't see it right now, Deborah. Your presentation is not being seen right now.
Okay, hold on. Who can share? Only host? All panelists? Okay. I don't know. I changed something there. Can you see it?
Hold on.
Can you see it?
Yes, it's up now. That's correct.
Okay.
You are a happy grower. You love your plants and to produce high quality products. Hi there. I want to introduce you a revolutionary idea. Ever thought you will never get a feedback from your customer? Was it good? Not good? Was it effective? Not effective? Ever thought that a great product should be worth more than the average one? How can you increase the value of your production by replicating great crops? Imagine how you could empirically identify the best plant for a certain condition or symptom. Relax. Here is Buds, the best tool for growers ever. Buds was especially designed for the small and medium cannabis grower. Before, growers needed huge charts to record their data, such as lighting, water, fertilizer mix, minerals added, temperature, and other information. Such charts often got damaged, lost, or destroyed, and you could no longer replicate exactly your exceptional plant. Now, all my information is kept in the Buds platform. Every plant is given a birth certificate through a QR code that allows you to follow it from seed to the final consumer and for generations of the plant to come. You also get feedback from the user in real time anywhere in the world. So you will know where to improve and which produce was exceptional. By entering the rating review at the time of consumption, the patient will help identify the best plant for his condition. He can also share the information with his doctor in real time to adjust dosage and intake. Multiple reviews of the same plant will empirically prove its efficacy for a specific purpose and will generate a rating, creating value for the grower and results for the user. Try Buds today. It is free. Available on Google Play and the Apple Store.
Okay. Whoops. Hold on a second. Okay. Can you see this screen now?
No, there.
Right.
No.
Can you see?
No.
Can you see my
We're
screen?
not sharing. No, we are not sharing.
Deborah, for the sake of time, can you just do
Yeah.
the other part of the presentation? Continue on,
Yeah,
please.
hold on a second. Okay. Can you see the screen now?
No.
Okay, share. How about now?
Yes.
Okay. So I hope you guys enjoyed our introduction. As of today, our platform has over 350,000 downloads, 150,000 registered users and visitors, and over 140,000 cannabis plants registered. These are some of the screens, including medical and recreational reviews. We have been downloaded all over the world, including some unlikely places like Iran and Saudi Arabia. However, our forte, as you can see here, is Latin America, where we are heavily present in 7 countries: Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico, and where we have strategic partnerships with clinics and research institutes. The problem is that these markets are not yet regulated and monetization is quite impossible. We have great traction, all 100% organic, and this taking into account that we are in an unregulated markets with no marketing program, except for cannabis cups where Buds was used to compute the votes. From all the markets we researched, we have identified the state of Colorado as the ideal place to launch Buds in North America. This is a picture of revenues generated in that state between 2014 and 2019. And that is why now, after proof of concept, it's time for us to launch in Colorado. This is how we expect to monetize. Starting here with seed banks. Seed banks are interested in tagging their seeds and following them until the final user to get feedback regarding the quality of their seeds. For this service, they will pay us a fee. Each strain from the same seed bank will be given a single QR code allowing its traceability. Next, when receiving the seeds here, the grower will scan the QR code and will generate a second QR code linked to the first one. This will allow the grower to input all the information regarding each plant or each group of plants, if from the same origin and strain. He will then have and keep the exact recipe of how he arrived at the final product. At all phases of cultivation, the grower will receive just-in-time advertising, time for the phase of the cultivation that that plant is in. It is 100% target advertising, as you can see from these examples. It is a marketplace for suppliers. Going back, the grower will sell its products to either a processor that will produce oils, creams, edibles, or to a dispensary with the third linked QR code. This third QR code, when scanned, will function more as a label, providing the end user with all the information regarding the product, and will be used for the end user to input the review. In order to incentivize the end user to enter a comprehensive technical review, the grower will offer a 4% discount, seen here, down the chain. At the time of the review, the platform will generate a 2% discount coupon for the end user for his next purchase. The review will be available to the grower and all the participants of the chain of production. And when the coupon is redeemed, it will generate a 2% commission to us. Hundreds of end users' reviews of the same plant or strain will generate a value, a history, and quality control so lacking today. We also generate data reports here with information that today we already have that no one has, which could benefit the entire chain. Reports such as this that can be tailored to any of the participants from seed to user.
Deborah, you have 5 minutes left, so you want to kind of wrap it up in the
We're
next 30
finished.
seconds or so? Yep, perfect.
Yeah, we are looking for $400,000 to enter the US market, specifically in Colorado, against 8% equity in the company. We expect to apply the funds as described here, and our estimate returns are here. We are looking for a strategic partner also that understands the market to help our company take off in North America. This is our team. We have many years in business management experience.
Deborah,
all investors.
Deborah,
Yeah.
let's hold it off there. So, because we have less than 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Let's
We
just do
are
it for
all
Q&A.
investors, and we are open to questions. That's all.
Great. All right. Which investor judge has the first question for them? I'm trying to see my screen. Terry, do you have a question at all? Terry, I'm gonna have you go. Terry, I'm gonna have you go first. John, you go second. Adam, you go third. So Terry, you have the floor right now.
Yes, I just want to argue in any states in the United States currently, or is Colorado the first one you're trying to break into?
Yes.
Colorado is the first you're trying to break into?
Yes. We did a little research. I mean, we did a lot of research, and I think for us, the way the platform operates, I think Colorado would be a good place to start. And after that, California and other regulated states.
I just see the problem is going to be back at the growers for the labor intense for tracking all of this, because there's already so many steps involved. So that might be a challenge unless there's some way you can figure out a way to have an API into some of the systems they're using now to track plants, like a metric system in whatever state you're working in.
Actually, they track compliance. They track for compliance, and they track also for quantity proposed. We track for quality proposed, and we can merge
in addition to quantity and all that, we do the compliance also for the qualitative compliance.
And we can merge with them, the platform, so we can use the same QR code or the same barcode they use in order to follow all the experience she just demonstrated.
All right, excellent. John, you're next with your question.
Yes, Deborah, you mentioned that you're seeking $400,000 for 8%, which by my calculation would be a $5 million valuation. How did you derive that?
We actually, this is what our friends and family and others are paying right now. So we raised like 350,000 so far. Obviously, in the beginning, it was not that kind of valuation, but now it is. And actually, 2 years ago, we were being pitched by an American company, actually located in Colorado. And their estimate was they wanted to pay us more than this. They wanted to give us, I think, 7 or 8 million. But the deal fell through for other reasons at the end.
All right, excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Adam, what is your question?
I wanted to follow up on Terry's comment just a minute ago, my friend here as a chair. Deborah, metric is really important in areas in all states, or in many states here in the United States. The information that you're trying to collect, I know you're trying to correct on quality, not quantity. But both. Okay, I understand. But you really should look into metric and make sure that as the grower can walk through those same steps that they have to do and required for metric, that it can also work for you. So it's more of a general comment from your development perspective, but I wouldn't really come to market here in the US unless you had that synced up.
Great question. And then Kevin has I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 more. Kevin?
I just want to say something. It's not that we are not in the States. We have many downloads in the US, but it's nothing impressive still, because we haven't put any effort in marketing or anything.
All right, so Kevin's going to be the last question. Kevin, I'll let you ask a question, and then Deborah, you'll have 30 seconds to respond.
My main question here is, what's the critical user mass necessary for you to generate actionable empirical data on this stuff? And then just a slight comment regarding the video that you presented. I find that having an actual human do the voiceover instead of that text to voice kind of syntax, that kind of loses people sometimes. So maybe look into just hiring someone to do that voiceover for you.
Yeah, I actually, we were trying to see who had the best accent in English to do it. And then I decided that it was the machine.
Sure. Might be something to look into in the future though.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Regarding the critical user mass, what's the critical user mass to generate empirical data that's actually actionable?
2,000 growers is enough to generate enough information to get all the spectrum of the market. It's the same spectrum that you use. Imagine this, I live in Brazil. To have an idea of who will be the next president, we have 2,000 million people in Brazil. You have to interview 2,000 people and you're gonna have a spectrum of what 2 million people are thinking about it. So with 2,000 guys, we have more than 70,000 growers registered in the platform today, from Mexico to Patagonia. So we have a lot
today we can tell you which lamp is the most used, what is the best selling fertilizer, what is, I mean, in Latin America,
Deborah
we
and
have
Sergio, I'm sorry, I appreciate the presentation. I like the questions. Please make sure you check the chat panel because there were a few more questions in there. Please make sure you put your information in the chat panel as well too. Make sure it says all panelists and attendees. Once again, to all our participants, if you go to investorhotseat.com, all the information is there. The next company that will be presenting is Simon Legal, co-founder of Driftless Extracts. And Simon, the floor is all yours.
Great. Well, I appreciate everyone giving me some time today. One second here. Can't get my slide deck to go. So I'm just going to get started. You know, Driftless entered into the market a little bit late into the hemp market. Wisconsin legislated not till 2019, where we allowed really a full production season. And so we entered in with a three-phase business plan to capitalize on cash flow cannabinoids and then lever some of those funds into ultimately what is the bigger target, which is renewable materials. We want to be in the renewable materials market, which by estimates are a $425 billion market by the year 2027. We launched with a founders team of about 6 individuals. It's a family-oriented story. My father there is Ed Senior on the right-hand side. He's got a background, he's in soils. He's got a master's in soils from UW-Madison. He ran the University Soil Lab for 6 years. His grower network is about 70,000 acres here in Wisconsin. We're gonna lever that network in the renewable materials space. And the rest of us have professional backgrounds in a wider range of fields. So structural engineering, software engineering, and finance kind of make up the rest of the team. We all come from a professional background, and we realized early on that we need to build a high performance team that can create a cash flow business model first before we can really lever into funds into fiber R&D. Otherwise, you know, we're really going to be forced with long-term research and development costs, and we really don't want to equitize research and development. We'd rather utilize public funds to do that. We did build out our advisory board team. So, you know, Josh Hendricks we recently actually brought him on board from the advisory team. He's now full-time with Driftless. He was a former executive of CV Sciences, a publicly traded CBD company. He was a founding member of the Hemp Roundtable, the former president of the Roundtable, and he was one of the members with Senator McConnell that got the most recent farm bill across the board. We brought Josh on because we realized, you know, as former vice president of CV Sciences, he grew revenues by 367%. You know, they went from roughly 6 million in annual revenue to 54, with not that compelling of a product in our minds. And also in his minds, he was rather frustrated with the way that the company failed to innovate and bring forth competitive pricing. So we brought Josh on, and he's been really instrumental towards our growth strategy. We also brought on Todd Wagner. So Todd was the former VP of Business Development at Eurofins North America. They're one of the preeminent testers as well. Todd really helps with quality control, and additionally, he's helped build out a number of these relationships with bigger groups. We're having pretty good success penetrating the supply chain, even though it is rather full and it's a really competitive space. Todd has made warm introductions to really large companies, and has provided that segue to get transitions into organics. That's kind of the best story that we can tell in our organic, in our ingredient profiles. We've got 29 USDA certified organic products to market. Those ingredients come from crude to distillates all the way up to water soluble powders. All of them are certified. The most recent is the certified CBG water soluble product. We have about 59% mean margin throughout the product lineup. And we're having really good success transitioning mid to good size brands into a certified organic lineup without having to disrupt their supply chain. So we can actually just flip a switch come Q1 or Q2 and turn over their whole portfolio and platform into a certified organic lineup. Some of the efficiencies that we've been able to generate throughout our production facilities are all continuous feed productions. That really reduces labor costs, and you can see year-over-year labor costs between 2020 and 2019 was pretty significant. We do care about cannabinoids, and we understand it's a cash flow business to build first, but we ultimately have the renewable materials market in mind. So we are classifying all of our plant material currently. We're using the entirety of the plant. We're classifying into herb, bast, and flower and leaf material right along the line, creating markets for all three. Big professional agriculture using things like GPS guidance, alternative spacing, row depth spacing, all mechanical cultivation, which really drives down efficiency and cost. Cannabis is cultivated a couple different ways. This way here is really inefficient. We have to really drive down costs to get efficiencies in a commodity-based market. We did do pretty robust install on our agriculture facility. That's really with big club pack purchasers in mind. When FDA provides good sound guidance and regulation, we feel like groups in the club pack space are really going to go into the market with their own retail brand. And in order to do that, you have to create really, really big transparent lots. You have to do that and comply with current food chain ID. And in order to do that, you have to have a systemized approach that's all mechanical. And you can see it. Industrial level equipment is kind of what we're good at. We've got two facilities. The first I just showed is the ag facility. The second facility is our production facility. Long-term lease to owns on both. On this facility I'm in now, we have a 75% lease credit to purchase at 2026. It's under a TIF district now. We negotiated about 45% rate lock purchase. We have the right to purchase this building I'm in 2026 for about $250,000. It's about 10,000 square, built in 2012. Won the Green Tech Award, so we've got a big array of solar panels, a geothermal heat pump put in, and ethanol excise tax. Our municipality that currently owns our building is also providing support there, where we have a window around ethanol excise tax, which currently is prohibitive in the ethanol extraction world. We launched our own internal retail brand in the middle of the pandemic. So in 2020,
Simon, you have 6 minutes left, just so you know.
Okay, we have good, robust pickup in this brand. It's really geared for a different demographic. We're looking for males over 30 and untapped demo. Currently, most CBD brands are in the female-dominated space or the gender-neutral space, more towards a higher-end clientele. We bring high-quality products, professional strength with disruptive pricing in mind. We're getting launched on March 1st across the country in a 1,500-store channel. Currently launched in Hy-Vee. Pelco is currently underwriting the brand too, so the explosive growth in this space. I'm going to transition. So phase one was really cash flow cannabinoids. We're done with that.
Simon, why don't we, because we want to leave enough questions for enough time for Q&A. If you want to do one more slide or so, and then let's get into the Q&A. All right. Sure.
Yep. So we actually founded our own 501c3 in order to take research dollars. We do not want to use equity money to do research and development into fiber production. We have some partners. So Trey Riddle, a lot of people know Trey. He's agreed to essentially administer that plan for us, do a feasibility study, a market analysis, and a come-to-market strategy. Department of Defense and TACOM presented us with a collaborative research and development agreement with the Light Tactical Vehicle Division. We partnered in a co-sponsored grant with Hannah Dynamics, and we had a warm introduction to Ford Motor Company about a year ago. Use of the, I'm gonna fast forward through the slides. It's hard to get through this in 12 minutes. We got $1 million round open. We're about halfway done. We got a $12 million pre-money val, and we're using over half of that on CapEx installations into the current facility that I'm in. It'll create about anywhere from 50 to 60% efficiency on end-line products that we are current to market with. We are cash flow positive, so we had positive EBITDA on our first year of inception. Just missed it this year, but had good robust revenue growth, and we anticipate that it'll continue.
Great, thank you. Let's open up for some Q&A. I appreciate that. So, investor judges, who has the first question for Simon? So Simon, let me ask you this really quick, and then Scott, Bram, you go. Scott, go over one more time. Simon, what's your offering? So you said you're raising $1 million. You raised, I think you said you got.
Yeah, we got about half. Yeah, we're raising $1 million. It's about 8% of the equity available. It is a straight line equity. It's a $12 million pre-money val, and we got about half in. We opened the beginning of last month.
Great, Scott Berman, you're up.
So you mentioned the FDA and guidance, and I noticed the other day they said we're not gonna tell you guys anything right now. Does that affect your business at all, or?
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, I think the pro forma that we've laid out here is really conservative in it, and it assumes that we're not going to have really good FDA guidance or good regulation. We're going to be prepared for when they do. It's one of the reasons we brought Josh on the team, is Josh is plugged into the Hemp Authority and the Roundtable. And the Roundtable is the premier lobbying body for the hemp space. So, you know, we have a lot of insight into what is happening with FDA regulation and what that looks like in the next 6, 12, 18 months. And I'm not going to really go in any further. But we feel pretty positive about what we've seen here recently.
Thanks.
Great, appreciate that. What other investor judges have questions for Simon? So Simon, let me ask you this question. In terms of the straight equity, when do you think the potential ROI will occur for the investors that you're attracting right now?
Yeah, so we've already shown pretty robust ROI. We launched pretty early in 2019, and we've raised the share price along the way as we've raised capital. We feel like that along the way that the valuation of the company will continue to kind of warrant increase in share price. I can't, you know, just like any other company, you know, hang out there to say that distributions are going to come and they're going to come quickly. We feel like that ROI will be realized within months for kind of any investor, and that's been the proven history of the company. We're only 22 months old.
Okay, excellent. You know, the one thing we know, I know, especially with the investors I represent, is, you know, there's always an ABC plan. Like in the ideal world, we're like, you know, A to happen. If that doesn't happen, you know, here's our backup plan. And thirdly, here's a third example. You know, and that's where also too, as you're doing your raise, it's something where, you know, you'll also attract more people. We have about 1 minute left. So with that last minute left, do you have any other investor judges that have one last question at all?
I'll just kind of follow up to your question.
Sure, that'd be great. I appreciate that, Simon. Thank you,
Dr. David. You know, we have 6 independent producing revenue silos, 22 months after inception, that are fully independent of each other, whether they're fiber markets we're creating or they're toll processing or retail market channels. We've got a pretty robust revenue story already to market in kind of the early stages. We feel like we've got significant growth potential in all those channels.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Simon. Make sure you put your information into the chat. Make sure you do attendees as well as panelists. Also, a friendly reminder, all of Simon's information and Driftless access is listed on the investorhotseat.com. We have one last presenting company. After this last presenting company, please remember you'll be given a survey for you, the audience members, on who was the best. While you're filling that out, judges, after this last presenter, I'll be asking all of you to pick which company is best and the reason why. So with that being said, I would like to introduce Willard McAndrew, CEO of Centennial Asset Management Group.
I guess can nobody hear me now? Oh, hello?
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you very much. First off, good afternoon. My name is Will McAndrew. As Dr. David said, I'm the CEO and Director of Sentinel Asset Management Group, LLC. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to introduce our company, our opportunity, and most importantly, our team. We are providing a unique opportunity to build an institutional grade, vertically integrated company in the emerging cannabis industry. Forward-looking statements, disclaimers, we've all seen those. Who is Sentinel Asset Management Group? We believe that there is a severe lack of proper business experience and understanding how to grow a business. Who wants to start from scratch? We're buying two existing positive cash flow companies that provide the benefits of all three verticals: cultivation, process extraction, as well as dispensary. After all, business is business. We bring efficiencies and scale of operations experience. We know how to grow a business. In this strategy alone, we will be able to take a business that's doing $300,000 in revenue per month and take it over $1 million in revenue per month in 1 year. One of the many reasons we like the market in Oklahoma today is it's highly fragmented. There's no clear leader. We're not overpaying like so many others are in other states, New Jersey, Colorado, California as example. And we're not starting from scratch. We can become this leader in Oklahoma. Because of licensing status in Oklahoma, it's creating a unique opportunity in our mind. There are not any of the major MSOs in play. And because of this, we can acquire, we can streamline, and we can expand existing businesses. As an example, we are buying these first two companies at 1 year times current revenue. It's literally a steal. We're raising $7 million in 100,000 unit increments. The offering has been out for less than 60 days, came out right about Thanksgiving, so the holidays were in place. We're offering 70 units. There are only 53 units available. Closing date is February 16th. Because we value our investing partners, we're giving them a preferential return of 80% of all the net revenues until they achieve payout. If we do nothing to improve the cash flows, that's approximately an 18 to 19 month cash on cash payout. But by focusing on just 14 of the 42 strains that have high flower yield, short harvest time, and retailing 100% of our product, the payout time may be significantly shortened. The reason I am confident in saying the above is that that management team has raised capital and paid back investors numerous times before. Once we close the offering, we anticipate first revenue distributions to our investing partners in approximately 90 days. We will consider equity, debt, or a combination of both for funding. After 2.5 months of due diligence by our third-party auditors and the attorney, the reviews have been completed right around Thanksgiving. The enterprise value for both companies is over $45 million, as calculated by Greenway CPAs. And the buildings, land, and equipment can add another $1.78 million, bringing the total value over $47 million. A significant part of any company's success is the team you build and the team you surround yourself with. Our executive team has a history of successful aggregations in multiple industries, including cannabis and hemp. In fact, one of my last companies I took to the NASDAQ exchange. It was a really cool experience to have pushed the buzzer and have my family with me on all those big screens in Times Square. Truly a memorable moment. Another memorable moment was when I was elected to the board of directors for the OTCQX US Advisory Council. Also, both Gary Allen, our chairman and president and partner, who served honorably in the Navy, don't hold it against him for being in the Navy, and I served honorably in the Marine Corps, and we bring both these disciplines and values to our company today. To start our company, we completed a friend and family round for $500,000. We hired our corporate counsel, who is one of the top cannabis attorneys in Oklahoma, as well as seasoned in M&A and securities transactions. We hired Greenway CPAs to assist us in the due diligence, set up our corporate tax structure, compliance, and assist in the quarterly audits, one of the few cannabis accounting firms out there that can perform PCAOB audits. Our team is more accustomed to the KQ type financial audits and attorney reviews. We completed third-party due diligence, hired a Colorado master grower and his growth team for our cultivation vertical, 20 years experience in cultivation, pest control, nutrients, control system, compliance, and management operations. We have one of the top recognized lead chemists for our process extraction vertical. And we have two key individuals that have built out and managed large retail units in our dispensary vertical. Again, our experience, we have revenue over 1 million per month in the first year with just these two businesses. We have several more businesses very similar to these type of acquisitions in our pipeline. In summary, we believe we're in the right space at the right time with the right team. And we do believe 1 + 1 can equal 3. I'm available for questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Willard. Really appreciate that. So for our investor judges, who has their first question for Will? Trying to get onto the trying to see all the judges. Sorry, I'm still on the screen share. Jeff, do you have a question?
Off the screen share.
Yep. Jeff, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did.
I'll let Jeff go first, and then after Jeff, Terry, I believe you have a question too. So we'll go Jeff, Terry, then Noble. So Jeff, you're up first.
Yeah. So just a couple of things. Are you guys a registered investment advisor?
No, sir.
Do you charge management fees?
No, sir.
So so you're looking to raise $7 million, right?
Yes, sir.
So, but you value your investments at 45 million. So I'm a little confused.
Well, when my partners and I went up to Oklahoma this last spring, and we started, putting our nose in it and was looking into everything. We found the dispensary, the processor, the growth facilities. We sat down and did a back of the napkin evaluation.
Yeah.
We thought we'd be somewhere about $22 to $23 million based upon what we saw, and that's residual and current cash flows. When Greenway CPAs came back at 45 million, well, you cut that in half, we were about $300,000 off from what we thought the evaluation would be.
Okay, so it's not that you made those investments yet; those are just in your pipeline.
Well, these are two companies that we have LOIs signed for that we're going to be closing on or before February 16th.
So if someone makes an investment now or in the next period, do they get a piece of those investments as well? Or is that a different pool?
No, sir. The investing partners that come in today, you will get the 30% of everything that we're talking about today, but you'll also own anything and everything else we do in Oklahoma. It will keep adding to the kitty as we increase cash flows. We've got several other businesses, grows, dispensaries that we would like to add to the mix at a future time. You would still own everything, a piece of everything we do.
So just one more question. So what happens if you invest outside Oklahoma?
Well, our goal is to be an MSO. We have opportunities in Colorado, as well as we have relationships. I'm from Baton Rouge, and we have relationships in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. We've already met with the lieutenant governor, senators, the commissioner of agriculture, and in Mississippi. And they're telling us by the time the licenses start to get issued in August that we're in line to get one of those. So we like
one more quick question.
Jeff, I got to get to the other judges' timing. To be fair to
thank you.
But great questions, Jeff. Terry, what's your question?
Yes, Will. Are you guys trying to acquire 100% of these entities or only 75%? I know there's some rules in the state of Oklahoma, about 25% being outside investors, 75% has to be inside the state of residents of Oklahoma.
Yes, sir. We're acquiring 100%, but we've set it up to where there's individual ownership. Two of the people that are coming with us, that they're selling our business to us. And so in all essence, we have a convertible note that will convert at time of sale or uplisting or converting to a C corp that we will end up owning 100%. Minus the.
Still, the question is, you have to have, again, what about the other 25%? You're saying all these investors, all the owners are in the state of Oklahoma?
No, sir. That's why we have the structure. Our attorney put this in place, that we have the structure in place that we would meet the requirements for the state of Oklahoma. But at some point in time in the future, if at time of sale, then the individuals that would be holding the initial licenses would get their 10%.
Okay.
Great, Terry. And then Noble, you had a question?
So, Willard, excellent presentation. Everything is on point. My own concern is you're buying these things, you said, at nearly 1. times multiple. Why are they selling so cheaply? And as an investor, what should I be concerned of if people are selling or allowing you to do basically an M&A kind of move at a one-time multiple?
Well, we're all entrepreneurs on here, and I'm sure everybody would say at some point in time you had a bad partner. 3 of them are partners in the dispensary and processor. 2 of them are coming with us. 1 is not. And so we're basically cashing them out from their investment that they started. On the grow facility side, there's two growth facilities, one for 4,500 square feet, one for 5,000 square feet, totaling 9,500, doing about 150, 60 pounds a month. But they are building a 25,000 square foot facility. They're not getting out of the market, they're expanding in the market. And so we're able to acquire these businesses. We're able to, just for that as an example, 2.5 million is doing 2.5 million in revenue. And so they need that cash or want that cash to be able to finish out. And they're going to be probably ready. They just got their certificate of occupancy, and their license is probably a month and a half, 2 months away. But once we close, they will buy 100% of our product and until they're up and running. And that's why our master grower and his grow team are already boots on the ground in the building, working with the existing grow team for the seller today. And as of last November 1st, as a matter of fact.
Great, excellent. You know what? I appreciate your time, Will. Thank you, the judges, for the questions. So with that being said, it's now time for our voting. You should see on the screen, if you are a participant, the investor pitch competition, where you can go and actually select the company that you thought did best today. All right. Once again, if you are a participant, you should see it on your screen right now, a polling question to vote for the best presentation and who you invest in today. You can only select one winner. While the audience is doing that, well, it's now time for the voting for the judges. I'm gonna go through the judges in order, just how I introduce them, and I'm gonna have each judge pick one company to give their vote to, as well as to explain why they made this choice. So with that being said, the very first judge to cast their vote, and then you can spend up to 60 seconds explaining why you chose that company, is Adam Remis. Adam, who would you choose for today?
You're going to kill me because I actually love 2 of them. The Iconic
you can
and
talk about
Healy.
both, but
I can only talk about one.
No, you can talk about both, but you can only choose one.
Okay. I love both of them. I think that they have some great potential. But I'm leaning towards Iconic. I think it has a solid approach to move forward in the marketplace. And I like their funding model and also the integration, the fully integration. Michigan is a hot market. I'm very afraid of Oklahoma. I've had some horror stories as clients there. So I think my vote's for Iconic.
Okay, Adam, thank you. So we have a vote for Iconic on us. Excellent. The next person is Carol Ortega. Who did you vote for and why? Is Carol still here? Okay, we're going to come back to Carol. And Jeffrey Glick, CEO of Start You Up.
Hi, I like Healy the best. Great presentation, understands the market, spoke about how to grow the company. I also like companies that are not geographically hampered, let's say, where they focus on one company. It's IT, it's tech, has a lot of other uses. And I just think that it could be used for anything. And once they put in the insurance attribute, I think it could go into any type of medical industry. And if it works as well as he said it would, it's going to be a takeover target for another tech company.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jeff. So your vote's for Healy. Next person is John Nemanic, partner of Green Coast Capital.
I would tend to echo Jeffrey's sentiments. My favorite also is Healy. And that's a function of my background in software development and in technology. An SaaS model is extremely powerful. Current recurring revenues are excellent. It makes it very easy to run your business when you can predict within 2 to 3% what your revenues are going to be within the next month, and the scalability. So, and also what I really like about the fact is non-plant touching. Okay, this is a technology business. It just happens to be applied to some dispensaries or to doctors. So that's it. But I mean, I do want to add the other companies are really good. I'm merely expressing my own biases.
No, and John, I appreciate that explanation as well, too, because when it comes to investors, you also keep in mind that every investor has different goals. They have different short-term goals versus long-term goals. Sometimes people want a quicker ROI. Some people can be very patient with a longer ROI. So, there's a lot of factors at hand. All right, the next person I'm going to call upon is Kevin Clancy, managing partner of Clancy Consulting. Who would you vote for and why?
My vote's going to go for Tigris. I was very impressed with John Capolino's ability to deliver his pitch without his materials and still get everything across to the point where I had a lot of confidence in what he was doing. I see a lot of application in that. I kind of had like a brain explosion moment where I saw all the ways that could kind of filter into so many different areas. So I was very impressed with his ability to present and give me confidence without a deck, without materials. That kind of says a lot about the viability of a company in my mind.
Great. I appreciate you mentioned that, Kevin. And I think it's really important here for all our presentations is that make sure you practice and make sure there's no reason why you can't get your whole pitch down in 6 minutes or less. When people say there's too much to go over, that's not a good answer. And the reason why is that you are attracting people for a follow-up phone call. So for everyone listening here and the participants who's raising capital, if you have a potential investor, they say you got 5 minutes, hit them with the wow factors because you're looking for that follow-up phone call. The goal here, and you'll see in the chat room, are people saying, great, follow up with me. I have more questions. Follow up with me. I have additional questions. So for anyone trying to raise capital, always be respectful of a potential investor's time because you're looking for that follow-up phone call to keep the conversation going. And don't be surprised because I forget who said it's about you're investing in the people. You might talk to that person 5, 6, sometimes 10 or 15 times before they write that check because they want to be comfortable with you. So the next person I'm going to call is Noble. Noble, who'd you vote for and why?
Man, Dr. David, you're putting me on the spot. I think all these guys are great. We've got a database of investors that somebody would match for everybody, 100%. But if I were to take my own personal investment in focus, I love John's pitch. I love the verticals they're entering, but I'm gonna have to go with Healy 100%. Healy hits on so many solid opportunities. I look at it as a huge potential unicorn. They understand their marketplace clearly, and they've been operating on a very strong problem solution set. They saw what the fitness industry did, and then they went one step beyond and then incorporated all the alternative medicines. And alternative medicine is only going to grow, 100%. So when I looked at them and, everyone else said it, you can determine the fact that it's $3,000 a month. As a SaaS, there's incremental growth. I don't have to deal with regulation or regulators yet coming in and slowing the business down. It's 100% a service-oriented business that creates no friction for customer and client. It just fits in a nice space, and realistically, they will be a buyout target, if not by another SaaS company, or frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if an insurer picks them up, or someone like CVS, in order to have an integrated model to alternative medicine. I just like it, and then the copycats will fast follow, and there will be some really great copycat SaaS platforms that will operate and also reinvigorate and make Healy once again even more important. And they've been at it since 2017, so they believe in their vision. They've been at it, banging out the door almost 4 years, and so they get what their customer is, and they get who their client is, and that's what makes sense. Deborah's product is great, by the way, and I got to give a shout out to them. I think they're beginning to get on track, but there's just a lot of work that needs to be done on the deck, how they present, and what their value proposition is. And so, I would say Deborah and those guys come back, maybe 2 or 3 times down the line with a little bit more focus, they could do really well with their presentation. Because again, it's another good tech, full integrated product. But I don't think they know what I don't think they know what they fully have to offer. And I think once they get to that point, they'll be a powerhouse as well.
Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for that feedback. And for everyone listening, also remember that the Zoom networking link for the networking part, to network with the investor judges, to network with the companies, to network with other people, is also on the Investor Hot Seat website. It's also been listed several times in the chat room as well too. Scott Berman, principal of Panther Agency, who'd you vote for and why?
So this is a tough one. I'm personally friends with a bunch of the pitch companies, and so I apologize in advance. I like Cunic a lot. I think Michigan's a great market, and they're going to do well there. I love Healy. I think they're doing phenomenally well. My vote is going to go to Abstracts. Reasoning is, as I mentioned in my question, they have a competitive advantage over many of the other companies in their sector. They deal with a lot of really amazing companies in California, the brands that they work with, so their reputation is huge. And I do believe that terpenes will become a much bigger part of the way cannabis is marketed in the years to come. As people become more familiar with flavor and taste and effect, I think that terpene formulations are going to be super important. And right now they're doing really well in California, but there's a whole bunch of other states that really haven't gotten up the curve yet. So my vote is going to Abstracts.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. And Scott, very insightful information. And hopefully all the companies are paying attention. As you can tell, the investor judges are all looking for something slightly different. And Terry, CEO of American Cannabis Company, who'd you vote for and why?
Well, you know, David, when I was one of the pitch decks prior to this event today, I was very interested in the Bud Buds because of what they can provide. And again, understanding where your product is coming from, as we mentioned, it's just the labor. So Deborah, which you guys would definitely work on that, like Noble was saying, and come back. We are based here in Colorado. So if you'd like to have a one-off conversation, I'd definitely be open to that. You know, I kind of fall with Noble there with Healy. I think it's a great opportunity. I like Tyrex. I definitely like the agricultural application, especially the growing side. But today my vote would come down to Abstract. Scott pretty well took most of the words out of my sentiments to it. I think terpenes is something that most people are not very aware of at this time. There's a lot of education yet to be done. I know that Maxwell has a great team. He has a great track record, and definitely can look to take this into other states. So my vote today would be definitely Maxwell because of the terpenes, but also, again, he's not pigeonholed into the cannabis space. He's very diversified in the revenue streams that he can produce. So Abstract would be my vote.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And so we have the being posted right now for the audience is that Healy right now is showing the poll results. Healy is taking the audience votes. And very, very close behind it is Iconic as well as Tigris. They're actually tied for second. So, and then third right behind them is Centennial Asset Management, and that is what the audience has voted. In terms of the investor judges, it is Healy that has taken down the for the judges' vote. So we have Healy for the judges, as well as we have Healy for the audience. Now, one thing before I continue on and we do our closing remarks is everyone's looking for investment money. Ask the potential investors what kind of deal they're looking for. Ask them what kind of return on investment they're looking for. We had some very diverse companies talk today. Centennial Asset Management is taking over pre-existing companies, already bringing in revenue. They're looking to get you back your ROI as soon as possible. Some like a SaaS company could take a little bit longer to get that ROI. On top of that too, every investor has a different goal. So if someone says no to you, don't get frustrated if you're raising capital. You can always ask the person why they chose to pass on it. You can also ask them if they say no, if they know anyone in their network that might be interested in an opportunity like this. I'll tell everyone right now, a key word is opportunity. And even if you read Marijuana Business Magazine that just came out this month, they say 2021, the year of opportunity for cannabis and hemp. There's a lot of opportunities out there. So thank you, everyone, all the investor judges. Thank you for all the presenting companies. It really is appreciated. Everyone did a great job. We appreciate the effort you have put in there and the feedback from all our judges. It is truly appreciated. We also want to remind the audience and webinar participants that today's everything happened today and it is being recorded, and they will be available on the Investor Hot Seat website as well as YouTube channel. And for those that would like to contact, as I mentioned before, the presenters, the judges, all their email addresses are available on the Investor Hot Seat website. So make sure you check that out. Now, for the last closing announcements is, once again, there is a Zoom link that was already put in the chat. There is a Zoom link on the investorhotseat.com to go after this, to go and do some more networking. You'll be amazed how many times you can meet a potential investor from networking. So thank you to all the sponsors, to speakers, investor judges, presenting companies, marketing partners, and to the audience. Most importantly, at one point, I saw for the participants, we were at over 180 people. That is phenomenal for an event like this, especially for an event that lasts a couple hours. So kudos to everyone for being there. And please make sure you mark your calendars down for our next events. The Cannabis Investing Forum virtual webinar will occur on March 18th. Once again, the next Cannabis Investing Forum virtual webinar will occur March 18th, and the next Investor Hot Seat will occur on April 29th. Once again, the next Investor Hot Seat will occur on April 29th. We are still seeking companies that would like to present, investor judges, exhibitors, sponsors, media, and marketing partners. You can find out all the information and then some on cannabisinvestingforum.com or on investorhotseat.com. With that being said, I'm sure you're tired of hearing my voice. Hopefully I did not bore you too much today. Hopefully you felt engaged. Hopefully you learned something. As I like to say, hopefully you got a green nugget of information today. It's now time for networking. There's a reminder that remember you need to register for the Zoom meeting to get the link to access the room. It's been posted in the chat room. It's also been posted on investorhotseat.com. You can also go to the Cannabis Investing Forum website. We look forward to seeing you now at the Zoom room. Everyone, thank you again. Have an amazing day. Keep investing in opportunities because cannabis and hemp is here to stay. So I would highly recommend getting involved in it.